Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another edition of the Fan Show, where we'll be discussing everything Tottenham Hotspur, talking to Spurs fans from all around the world, how they are feeling about the club at the moment. There is a lot to discuss. We're live on YouTube, live on X, live on Facebook and Twitch, so please do get involved in this stream. Let us know how you are feeling right now, and if you'd like to come on a future episode to give your thoughts about our beloved club, then send me an email, tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com. It would be great to talk to you. Craig and I normally talk to Spurs fans for hours on these shows, and we absolutely love it. So joining me this evening is Craig Dearman, a bit worse for wear. Craig, how are you?
Yeah, I would say I'm all good, but yeah, a little bit under the weather tonight, but the show goes on. There's things to discuss, and Tottenham to discuss as always, and they're always
there is a lot. Yeah. I'll tell you what, it was hard doing that podcast on Sunday, I must say. Sitting outside Craven Cottage after that 2-0 defeat, of course, unhappy, 6 consecutive defeats in games going into the international break. Craig, how you weren't on the podcast. You're normally on every week, but you weren't on this one. You dodged a bullet, certainly there. How are you feeling about it? And let's get your thoughts very quickly on that Fulham game, because I know it's going to probably be a strong talking point this evening. 7 changes in that game going into an international break. It upset a lot of Spurs fans. And then, of course, it proved for us to get nothing at Craven Cottage yet again.
Yeah, I think that's the 6th time in a row, I believe, that we lost before an international break. I think the last time was 2020.
I just said that.
Yeah, it was 20. Did you say 6? Big pardon. Sorry, mine's all over the place. October 23, I think it was the last time we won. And yeah, it wasn't good again. I mean, it wasn't the worst Spurs performance, I must say, but it certainly wasn't the best, nowhere near. It's getting to a stage now where I just can't see it getting any better. I'm not seeing any signs of improvement, certainly in the league. If you could see us improving in the league and just generally competing, I would kind of still be a bit more engaged with it and up for it, but I just can't see us progressing in Europe if we continue to play like we are in the league. I know they're 2 different competitions, but this Eintracht Frankfurt is going to be a totally different kettle of fish to AZ. So yeah, I'm a bit concerned now, and I do think that could spell the end for Ange if we go out against Frankfurt. I think the club would have sacked him by now. I don't think they would be waiting much longer. I think they would have done it today or yesterday if they were going to get rid. But I think they're going to give him certainly Frankfurt, and then who knows? I went back and watched a couple of snippets from podcasts before coming on of when we sacked Jose, when we sacked Conte. And do you know what? We're talking about the same things. We're both using the same phrases. People are saying exactly the same things. And this dates back to 2021. And it's the same thing. You could almost put the same podcast out, Chris. And that's the most depressing thing, I think. It just hasn't improved and it hasn't changed.
I have said that in a lot of podcasts recently, or certainly over the last few years, that we have gone round in circles. And really ironic that it's 2 years to the day since that rant from Antonio Conte at Southampton after drawing 3-3. In the 2 years that have gone by, Craig, do you see any form of progression? Do you see it changing? It's quite weird in a lot of ways. I'm sure we'll talk about it with a number of guests this evening, that a lot of managers didn't probably have the time and patience Postecoglou has had. I know a lot of people are probably shouting now, yeah, but this is a project. I feel like a number of regulars on this channel, including us, have been quite patient with Ange Postecoglou. We've been big supporters with Ange Postecoglou. But are you basically saying now then that you are doubting him massively, like a lot of people have done I suppose I could say since the start. There have been a lot of doubts this season, but some people they were doubtful from the very beginning.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit lazy to be doubtful from the beginning. You've got to give somebody a bit of time. But look, we all keep talking about it, but the first 10 games was a massive improvement to what we was witnessing before under Conte, wasn't it? It was like night and day, and we all thought, wow, well, this is going to go somewhere. And then the wheels started to fall off, and really they haven't gone back on since that Chelsea game, in all honesty. Although we finished 5th last season, I did expect us to push on and finish top 4 this year. And yeah, we've had a good cup run in the Carabao, but we didn't get through. And obviously we're in the final stages or the quarterfinals of the Europa. But it's just been a funny season. I really do like Ange, and I'd love it. I'd love it if we won a cup. Of course I would, and I'd love him to succeed. But I just don't know where he's going to go from here. I just don't think. I'm not entirely convinced that the players are still playing for him. I'm not counting all the players in that, but you've seen rumblings of discontent. Certainly, some of the players definitely have his back. You can see that, but I don't think it's a happy camp at the moment, and that's what worries me. The club is fractured. There's certain elements of the fan base. We need to all come together somehow. And I think we all know what the true reason why we haven't succeeded over the years. And that's because successive managers have been failed by this board. And that is ultimately, that's the one consistent, isn't it?
I think we've certainly seen, moments under Ange Postecoglou for us all to get excited about. But the consistency just has not been there. When you look at the Premier League table now, and we look at stats every day, you and I, and we talk most days about Spurs, and losing 15 Premier League games this season is unacceptable, and that is exactly the word Postecoglou used himself. We're going to go to our first guest. We're going to go all the way to Scotland, and we're going to go to Alli. Alli is a channel regular, and he's also a Celtic fan. But Alli came on the channel when we appointed Ange Postecoglou. He gave us a great insight to Postecoglou, and he's been on the channel since, have been a regular. Alli, good evening to you. Thanks so much for joining us. How are you?
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Right, mate.
Alli, let's start by getting your thoughts on Tottenham, the inconsistency, Ange Postecoglou. We've spoken at length in previous episodes before, over the last season and a half, I suppose, about fans giving Ange Postecoglou the patience. How do you see it from an outsider right now?
Sometimes it's hard to defend Ange. I found that at Celtic as well. He is pretty much adamant on what he's going to do. But I just think that the guy is going to come good. I can't explain to you guys how I still have that faith in him, because I think he's got something good. I've never liked the fact that he's never had, let's just say, a Declan Rice. Right? And I'm not saying use Arsenal for it, but was he back to get the player that he needed? At Celtic, he had Callum McGregor. I'll give you an example. The Old Firm game at the weekend, McGregor didn't play, Celtic didn't play. It's as simple as that. Odegaard doesn't play for Arsenal. At one point, they didn't play. You lose Rodri for Man City, all of a sudden they're a mess. To me, I think they needed that big player that could manage the minutes. I've never liked Sarr or Bissouma. I still don't. I don't think they do the job. I think anyone that's upset with Ange is probably not doing the mileage or kilometres, whatever they call it these days, on what they need to do. If I was a winning, I support a winning team, and that's not being disrespectful. I support a winning team, and I know it's a smaller league, but all my money would be on the Europa League this year, because it gives you Champions League football, it gives you better players you can sign. Everything would be based on that, and he wants all his players ready just now, from my view, so that they're ready for that. Now, that doesn't mean say you'll win it, but it gives you the best chance of winning it. And I understand losing at Fulham, but what are you going to get? Does 3 or 4 places up the league matter? 5, 6 places? Not really. getting Champions League football does. So I think he needs to be backed while he's still in it. And then when he isn't in it, then you can have the discussion. I just don't think that it's fair to...
He's had a lot of money to spend, though, Ali.
He's what, sorry?
He's had a lot of money to spend.
Not compared to a lot, though, mate. And he's not... He's had to change a whole team of players. Let me give you an example. So when Celtic went through what we're going through as what we would call a change, we had a guy called Ronnie Delia came into Celtic. Now, not a lot of folk know him, but he went over on to... Once he left us, he went over to New York Red Bull, stuff like that. He's a Danish guy, I believe. And he came in and he brought more... It was all about fitness to him, mileage, kilometres. He brought a lot of that tech to Celtic. Now, when Rangers were down in the dumps, that was okay because they were down the leagues. When they started coming back up and we lost the cup final, then all of a sudden, that was a major problem for him because Celtic are used to winning trebles now. It wasn't really a thing that ever happened. Now it's happening regular for us. So I get how it's a bit easier in the Scottish League if you've got the money, the best team, Rangers are a mess, and everything else. But we've just lost 9 goals in 3 Old Firm games to Rangers. And Celtic fans are actually calling for Rodgers' head. This is the guy that's won 2 trebles. He's about to win another. You know, I don't kind of... We're a bit privileged just now as Celtic fans. And I get why people are angry because it just shouldn't have happened. But when you're 16 points ahead in the league, do you think players are going to really be that bothered? It's human nature to kind of, I don't want to get injured today, you know. So I think with Spurs, there has to be a change at some point where we become a winning team. Look at Newcastle, and I know they've only just won recently. You know, they've got a manager in there who's a bit different. Nobody else wanted to put a punt on him. Celtic wanted him, and we ended up with Ange, and he's got that pressing, that whole style of football that will win you the English Premiership. You're not going to win it playing Jose style, Antonio Conte style, you know, and loads of other styles that are out there. You know, Gordon Strachan and the likes used to be able to, you know, I thought his was brilliant. I mean, he did great for us in the Champions League, for instance. But he was the only manager that got us the last 16 twice. I just think that you guys have to be realistic of what you want. That league is fucking hard, you know.
Do you think we stand the best chance of winning the Europa with Ange then, or without him, Alli?
Well, you get rid of him now, then it's a waste of time. I think that he is a winning manager. I think Ange will plan for the future no matter what you lot say. I see guys arguing with him, and I see the Facebook stuff and everything else, and I just look at it and think, guys, you know, he's 100% committed to your club, and he just wants to make your club better. It doesn't matter if he looks bad. He will do a process that turns around and says, right, by the time I leave here, I will leave a better club than I came to. If you understand what I mean. And that's what he means by he doesn't care. It's not on my radar, mate. All that kind of stuff. What he's trying to say is, look, it doesn't matter what you all say. This is what I believe will make the club better. So he's an honest guy like that. Whereas your Mourinho's, you'll get many a manager. You look at Tuchel, where he's got his deal with England just now. Tuchel is going to do what he can to make him look good. Yeah? Whereas Ange isn't bothered about that. He wants your club to be able to, when he leaves, whoever takes over, it's in a better position. And I think that's quite honourable. But people don't see that side of him enough. I just think...
What one side we have seen of Ange is that, and that is him biting back to a number of Spurs fans that are unhappy.
Mate. He's not going to just sit and take folks out at him. He's going to say, what? You know, I don't see the problem with that. I mean, there was a thing this weekend where, you know, at the Old Firm game, Barry Ferguson came in to beat us, and fair enough, but he's the type of guy that would bite back. Now, I might not like the guy because he was one of those type of guys, a bit of a Neil Lennon type player in his day. But he fights for your club, you know, and it doesn't matter if you're a fan of the club or whatever. The way he looks at it is, look, just get on fucking side, you know, because when we're playing football, the fans make the football club. I mean, you can go back all the years. It doesn't matter what we all do. it's the fans that matter, right? And it's the fans that can generate that. You look at what Newcastle do at home. Hard team to beat because they're at home. You know, Rangers are struggling at home tonight because they boo the Rangers team. I mean, we're 13 points in front still after losing an Old Firm derby. We've lost 2 Old Firm derbies and we're still 13 points ahead. That shouldn't happen in Scottish football, but it has. In English football just now, you've got so many clubs that are well run, like Tottenham, but they stick to that manager or stick with the process of how that is built. I mean, one of the great things was, I think it's Moneyball was in America. It's a movie. It's a great movie. You should all watch it. And it's about baseball, but it's all about the analytics of the baseball. That guy will get you an extra run over this guy. He might not be a better batter or whatever. Doesn't matter. And it's the same with this. They've got to use the analytics to make it work. And I just think that I said at the start of this, I think your best chance is Europa League to get a trophy because you're not up against the English teams.
Ali, obviously we've got a lot of people to talk to tonight. Yes. Can I make this the last question to you, or last point? Ian Wright, of course, former Premier League striker, now pundit. He has come out and said, yeah, absolutely. He's come out and said Tottenham make basic mistakes. I believe when you look at the number of games that they have lost, it is their defence. They should be working on retaining the ball, keeping the ball, and then trying to get it up to Maddison or Solanke. They have so much going for them, but I can't understand why they are so slack and so sloppy in defence. This is what a lot of people have an issue with. You've probably seen and heard so many pundits, ex-players, etc., come out and say, you cannot play this way, especially in the Premier League. I know I've asked you a very similar question before. I talked to a number of Celtic fans, including yourself, very insightful. And, you know, the Spurs fans or Premier League fans will say, yeah, but Ange Postecoglou can't do that like he done at Celtic or like he done at these other clubs in the Premier League. What do you make of that point? What do you make of Ian Wright's comments?
I think when Solanke plays, yeah, you've got that option. I do believe that, and it's not just, look, this isn't just Ange. You could put this at many of the managers that play the pressing football and play everything out from the back. Mistakes get made when you take risks. I think that Ange and the team, it's about the players understanding what their job is and what they need to do. We had issues at the Old Firm game because, for instance, Schmeichel, unlike him, took far too much time, gave the ball away, we lost the goal. You know, it doesn't happen. You know, he's not responsible for what happens on the pitch when a guy makes a mistake that he's been coached not to. You know, it's about finding the players that can do that. So I understand it, but if you ask me, should they play out for the back? If you don't, then you have to play a different style of football. And you guys don't like that style of football. So, no, I think you stick by it.
Ali, I could talk to you all night about Spurs, even though you're a Celtic fan. So
we'll just have a chat about
it. You'll have to come on again very soon. Thanks so much for joining us, and have a good evening. We'll speak to you soon.
And enjoy your Europa League when you win it.
I will do.
Cheers,
if it happens, it'll be great. Cheers, Ali. Speak to you soon.
I said it from the start of the season, man. I've got to stick with it.
You did, actually. You did. Right. We're now going to go to Jamie. Jamie, pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show. Thanks so much for doing the Spurs Around the World episodes recently. How are you?
No worries, mate. Yeah, I'm all good. Yeah. How are you, Craig? Chris?
Yeah, I'm all good. Thank you.
Jamie, of course, in a few of those recent episodes, you have not been a happy Spurs fan. You know, all of us have been quite down in the dumps, but we are still in the Europa League. You know, all of the eggs are in this basket now in the Europa League. Do you see the team having a different attitude in Premier League games to Europa League, and is now the priority, even though Ange will never come out and say it, is the absolute priority the Europa League now?
It is, mate. And I think that's the feeling with the whole club, the fans, the players, the manager. I just think it's all eggs in one basket, mate. It's more becoming a chore at the moment, and it's sad to say, to be honest with you, but it's how it feels. You know, the Europa League are the only things we're enjoying at the moment.
What are your feelings about Spurs, Jamie? Just go off on one. What do you? What do you want to talk to us about? What do you want to get off your chest?
Daniel Levy is the biggest problem, in my opinion. He needs to step aside. I feel like he's holding us back. He's taken us so far. He's very good on the business side of things, but we need to progress to the next level. He ain't going nowhere. That's the trouble. The players, the senior players, they need to be held accountable for their performances. It just hasn't been up to scratch. 13th in the league is just unacceptable. The manager is just, I think he's atrocious. I do. And I wanted it to work for him, but Bournemouth away was when I think he had a row with a fan after the game. It was another set piece we conceded. I just thought, it's not working no more. Sometimes you just got to cut your losses. I'd love it to work, but it's not happening. I think I don't even think he likes us as a fan base. I feel like the Man City game last year, he was done with us. I think with the Arsenal thing, he couldn't get it and all that, but he just doesn't get it. I don't think. If you speak to Celtic, I think he speaks highly of Celtic still, but I don't think when he leaves us eventually, I don't think he's going to have the same. He hasn't got the Pochettino vibe or the Harry Redknapp connection. I don't think with us. I just don't. I can't stand him, if I'm honest.
I've always said, Jamie, on every single fan show, Pochettino's name always comes up, and you're the first one to bring him up. Of course, you've probably seen the Sky interview this morning that he said that he wants to come back one day. I can't avoid the subject now. Would you like to see Pochettino return one day?
I would love him back. I'd sack Ange tomorrow and have him back. I'd have Iriola back, but Pochettino would be my first. But even if we win the Europa League, I would sack Ange. I'd say, thank you, you've done what a lot have failed to do. But I just don't trust him with a project. But Pochettino, the biggest mistake we did was not backing him. That was Levy's biggest mistake since being chairman. Should have backed him. We went a couple of windows without backing him, and it's just we've gone round in circles and we've got nowhere. The biggest mistake.
Jamie, what actually is it that you don't like about Ange Postecoglou? Because you just said there, if we won the Europa League, you'd still want to see him gone. A lot of people say, when I see all the negative comments about Ange Postecoglou, and you probably listen to this channel, Craig and I have been very supportive of Ange Postecoglou, but I think my turning point, where I'm starting to turn a little bit, was the Fulham game on Sunday, because I just feel like I've lost a little bit of faith in Ange, if I'm completely honest. And I know I've probably taken a lot longer than a lot of other people, but I see a lot of positive comments about Ange saying, well, this was meant to be a project. This was meant to take time. The fans were meant to give him patience. So if he did go on to win the Europa League, why would you feel that way?
Because can you imagine him managing in the Champions League? We'd get absolutely torn to shreds the way we play. The fullbacks would be up with some of these top players. It's bad enough with the Premier League teams and in the Europa League, but with the Champions League, you're playing at the highest level. If we won that, we're in the Champions League, we'd get torn to shreds. I just wouldn't trust him. I just feel like just delaying the inevitable, if you know what I mean. I would say thank you. You've done what a lot of failed to do, but we're going to go in a different direction. And I'd give him his flight back to Melbourne. I just don't like the bloke, if I'm honest. Every time he's criticised, he seems to want to square up with fans. I can understand you getting annoyed with getting abusive. It shouldn't really be on, but it's every time now. With the media, he gets aggressive when we lose. When we win a game, he's a big cuddly Aussie. When we lose a game, he wants to fight everyone. I can't stand the bloke.
Jamie, what could another manager do with this current group of players, though? Saying he was to go tomorrow, and then I don't know. Say Harry Redknapp comes in. What could another manager get more out of this group of players, or is it that do you feel like the playing squad has got worse since Pochettino left?
I feel like Andrew's backed the first window, if I'm honest. I think with Madison, Vicario, Van der Ven, I do think we had a strong window. I do think he was let down a bit with the second window in the summer. And the recruitment does need to be better, but I still think that a better manager would get better out of these players. I mean, I don't think anyone really. Jed Spencer's come in, but that was a mistake, leaving him out so long. And Kulusevski at the start of the season, I thought when he moved in the middle, was really good. But apart from then, a couple of the younger players, has anyone really improved? Like the younger player, Bergvall and Gray have come in, but who really is playing better this year than they were last year, if you like? Apart from Kulusevski.
Yeah, Kulusevski, yeah.
I can't think of anything else.
Jamie, how are you feeling about the Europa League? Because Frankfurt, of course, is going to be a very, very difficult game. Do you think Spurs can go all the way?
It's possible, but I wouldn't put any money on it, if I'm honest. I think they're not a bad side. I think they're third in Germany. I would love to win it. You know, there won't be a fan happier than me if we win it, even with this manager in charge. But I can't see it, if I'm honest. It is possible, but I would love it.
Stuart Dack writes here, I've been a subscriber for years, but sometimes you need to show courage and say what you think and don't worry about upsetting the club. I don't think I can say any more. I've always said every single transfer window that the club need to show more ambition. We need to show the direction. I've said it even at the start here that I feel like we've gone round in circles. 7 managers that we have gone through since Pochettino left up to Postecoglou now. Jamie, where do you stand on that in terms of hiring and firing managers? Because, you know, it's fair to say, if any of the other managers, like Harry Redknapp even come out and said today in an interview, I was 4th when I got the sack. Antonio Conte was 4th when he got the sack. Jose Mourinho took us to a cup final. He got the sack 6 days before the final. Pochettino took us to a Champions League final, didn't spend a penny in 518 days. A couple of months later, he was sacked. Is the feeling, or is the idea now to do things completely differently and to give Ange Postecoglou time? Because if I was to ask you open and honestly, would you be surprised if Ange Postecoglou is still our manager next season if Spurs do not win the Europa League and Spurs finish, say, 11th, 12th, 13th?
My guess was he'd be gone, but nothing with this football club surprises me. And like you said, with all these managers, it's all coming down to one bloke who's making decisions, or whoever he's putting in charge to make the decisions. Nothing surprised me with Spurs, to be honest with you. But like I say, it all comes down to Levy. You know, who's appointing these managers? You know, and they can't all be bad managers. It's embarrassing, the whole situation. We do need to stick with a manager, but this manager, I've got no faith in. That's the trouble. I just think he's out of his depth, Chris, if I'm honest. And I don't particularly like him. Personally, I don't like the way he comes across. I know a lot of people feel differently about that, and everyone's entitled to their opinion, but I just don't think he's up to it, mate.
Jamie, last question for you. Sorry. Yeah, just one question for you, Jamie. Very quick answer. Who would you have as manager if you had the choice? And saying it's not Pochettino because he's going to be with America. Yeah,
I would love him, but I think he'll get the World Cup out of the way. Iriola at Bournemouth.
Yeah.
What do you think of Iriola, Craig? Because he's done a remarkable job, in my opinion, there. And Marco Silva is another manager, that name is being circulated in the media at the moment. Would you like to see either of them as an ex-Spurs manager if Ange goes?
Just looking on playing styles, I think Iriola just edges it for me. I think it's more like the football that we play at the moment, but obviously it's been working for Bournemouth. But they've had a fair few hamstring injuries this season as well. But they seem to have kept the momentum up, and obviously higher in the league than we are. I think Fulham are trying to tie Silva down to a new contract, so that will be even more difficult to get him if we were to go for him if they get rid of Ange. But out the two, I'd personally say Iriola.
I just can't believe we're talking about new managers already, honestly. No. Again, you know, like I said, Jamie, earlier, 2 years to the day since the Antonio Conte rant, you just think, like, come on, we're going to go for another manager again. We're going to go through this process. How long is all this going to take? Is it going to be the right decision? Are they going to bring success? Is it going to be any different? Are we going to go around in circles again? All of these questions are going to be asked again. And it's like, it's frustrating for all of us fans because, the other day when you see Newcastle lift that trophy, bearing in mind it was after 70 years, I think some of us look at that in envy thinking, that needs to be us. We want that to be us to lift a trophy again.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I honestly think Pochettino will be back after the World Cup next year. I don't think it will be this, in the summer. I can't see that happening. I can't see. He's a man of honour. You would think, even though he did go to Chelsea, but let's put that aside for a second. I think he wants to take America into their own World Cup. I don't think he'll be leaving anytime soon, unless money talks. Hey. But Daniel Levy's not going to spend the money to get Poch, is he? Let's be honest.
Jamie, you've been a great guest. Thank you so much, and thanks for appearing on those episodes of Spurs Around the World. We talk to you soon, and hopefully we can get you on the Spurs Chat podcast as well.
Cheers, lads.
Cheers.
Cheers, Jamie.
Right, we're now going to go to Matt. Matt, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah,
Hey,
all
Matt.
good. Matt, how are you feeling as a Spurs fan right now, and what did you make of the performance at the weekend?
My honestly biggest issue with Spurs, I feel like a majority of the year, has honestly been, even though I honestly, like, I'm a huge Ange supporter, but like, not gonna lie, like, the past couple weeks have been some of like the hardest games of football I've ever had to watch. Like, not gonna lie, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. I've only really gotten to soccer or football, sorry, sacrilege, when I was like 14, 15 years old. But just like, it just seemed we have to be perfect in order to even get like a half chance. I can't tell you like how many games, like out of like the past 10 where we've had 0 shots on target in the first half. And it just seems like the only strategy has been like getting it to the winger. And I will say, like, Son for a while was not performing at all, or it didn't seem like either he was like hurt, tired, or wasn't confident, wasn't taking on fullbacks. But it seems like so much. It seems like it's changed since the beginning of last year, where now like majority of the offense comes from like giving it to the winger. He has to beat the fullback and then send a cross in, and then there's nobody in the box. Like, I can't tell you how many like failed crosses I've seen go into the box. There's nobody in there. And it just seems like the inverted fullbacks are like Udogi, like, he was so fun to watch last year, and it feels like all those like little runs he did into space on the inside, like just inside the box to cross it back in, like, it doesn't exist anymore. Um, Again, like, it's just so painful to watch. And
You say, Matt, you say painful. Are you still behind Ange Postecoglou or not?
um, I'd say at this point I am. However, I feel like, again, kind of, it was like kind of what everybody was saying going into the whole injury situation. Like, once he gets the players back, like, he has to perform. And I feel like at this point, like, he, I kind of agree. Like, as long as he's in the Europa League, he's going to have his leash. But if, like, as soon as he's out of the Europa League, I feel like if the football doesn't look appealing, or I don't know, it's just getting to the point where the whole thing with Ange's style of play and when he was most enjoyable to watch last year was when the football looked good. And even though, like, that Chelsea game last year, where it was just utter chaos, and there was like 9 goals or whatever it was in that game.
Do you know what, Matt? One thing I've really noticed over the last couple of games is how many times we pass the ball sideways or even back. And I tell you what, in the early days of Postecoglou, how many times did we see him really, really shout, forward, forward, all the time, forward. He wanted to play that ball forward, and it was exciting football. And now so many passes back, sideways, along the defence, in midfield, then back again. What has changed for you in that regard? Because, like I said, you know, at the start, it was all about move the ball forward. He was, you know, shouting so loud the crowd could even hear it in the stadium.
Yeah, well, I think one of the big issues, like, for me, and I think or one of the positive things I want to say, and even though he hasn't necessarily looked great over the past few games, I'm a huge Lucas Bergvall fan. Like, when I've been begging, because it seemed like for forever, he was so scared to drive into space or drive forward, and he'd always just lay it off short. Because, again, it seems like he kept going backwards. One of the few positives I took from that Fulham game is that he at least seemed more aggressive going forward and like not being scared to take shots or like getting the criticism. Because again, I feel like sometimes just getting shots away or just taking that ball forward just to make a risk. Because it's like 70% possession, and again, half the time you're just going backwards. It's useless. Like the amount, like the attacks and forward positions or whatever it was. But I just, I don't know. I feel like the midfield, I know we talk about the defense a lot of the time, and it has been an issue, but I feel like the midfield, I think, for me is the biggest conundrum. And again, that like defensive midfielder. I think one of my issues is like Madison likes to sit deep and like get the ball to create that get that creativity moving forward. However, once he gets the ball forward, I don't feel confident, especially with Kulusevski out. There's not really anybody up front who I'm confident in as like a passer or creator. So like if we again like a defensive midfielder who's like more creative on the ball, which I feel like is more the style of defensive midfielders nowadays, like it's more than just like a I don't know, I guess like Busquets was kind of like the kind of I guess the new wave of defensive midfielder where he's like so good on the ball and his more so of a thing of like creating things going forward than just like sitting back and being like a third center back, just a little bit higher forward. But I think like Rodrigo Bentancur has been like decent. Like he hasn't been bad, he hasn't been perfect. But I just feel like we're so weak in midfield, where it's just it just we get overrun so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel Ange Postecoglou's been backed then, Matt? Or do you think he's got all the players in that he wanted, or do you think he hasn't been backed?
It's tough because to be honest with you guys, I'm a big baseball fan, and I'm just gonna talk about this real quick. The team I support, Cleveland Guardians. Let's go. They
Matt,
made it.
Is it easier? Is it easier supporting a baseball team?
No. This team hasn't won a World Series since 1948. My
Okay.
dad is 70 years old. He was born in 1955. He's biggest baseball fan I know. He hasn't seen one. But we made it to the ALCS last year, which is like the equivalent. Say like the FA Cup is the only competition that everybody competes in, and you made it to the semifinal. We cut our payroll, and we're consistently bottom 5, bottom 10 in payroll. So like the same thing going on with Tottenham is like the same thing going on with Cleveland because again, for America, it's a small market. It's just frustrating. At the end of the day, like being a fan of, I'm not saying Tottenham's a small market because relative to like obviously like clubs like I don't know like Bournemouth or Southampton or whatever it is, like obviously we get to spend more money, but then you see like the extravagant $100 million signings that like Arsenal, City, whatever it is are doing. It's kind of difficult. I think he has been backed. And the one thing I will say, regardless of how things work out with Ange, is I like going for the young players. Because the thing is, I think that's the one way you can attack it if you're not going to spend the same amount of money on like these big established players, is spend like the 10 to 30 million on these like young players that you believe in. And even if like one or two out of like the 5 or 6 you sign like hit, if you have like enough of like the veteran guys you bring in every now and again, you're going to have a decent chance of performing. And the one thing I will say is it'll be frustrating if Archie Gray next summer, because I don't think he's going anywhere, but like say he starts next year, does really well, and then he just moves on to like a Arsenal or Liverpool or City or whatever it is. That'll be the frustrating part, is if it's just like that non-stopping cycle of just, or like what Dortmund kind of is for Bayern. That's honestly like my big fear, is if it turns into that. But if they hold on to their young guys and a couple of them hit every year or two, you're going to get to the point where your young stars are going to be 28, 29 years old in their prime, and you'll have the 20 to 24-year-olds that are talented. And I think that's kind of been the recipe for most successful teams, but it's tough. But I guess I know I was kind of long-winded there. I think he's been definitely backed more than anybody else has. But I would say he's been backed. Just because, it's not like he hasn't spent any money. They needed Solanke over the summer. I think Solanke's been a good signing. I know, obviously, he's been injured a decent part of this year, but I think overall he has been backed.
Matt, you've been a great guest. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to talking to you again very soon on another show.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Barry just wrote in the comments a second ago about he'd seen a picture from today with Maurizio Pochettino with Daniel Levy. That wasn't from today, Barry. I believe that picture was taken in about 2021, so it was about 4 years ago. Yeah, sorry to ruin your excitement, but that definitely wasn't from today. Pochettino is busy. He's not with Daniel Levy today. Let's go to Mams. How are you?
Hello, Chris. Hello, Craig. How you doing, guys?
Hello, mate.
Mams, how are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan? I think your opening words there just says it all.
Frustrated. I think
Yeah.
mostly frustrated. I've been behind Ange all the time. I'm still not 100% Ange out. I'm going to give him, obviously, if we went out against AZ, I think that would have tipped me over the edge like a lot of people. But after Fulham, it's just the way we played, and he doesn't change it. Okay, he changed the fullbacks, on 35 minutes? He swapped Udogie and Spence over, didn't he? I don't know if that was just to appease everybody or just because they were struggling against the Fulham players. But
7 changes, Mams, going into that game. It's the international break now. Should you be giving players minutes just to give them minutes in an important Premier League game? And I say important. It's important. Every game is important to the fans. We want to win. I know Ange said that, he wants to climb up the Premier League table. We want to be as high up as possible. But surely there is a priority on the Europa League. But you've got to be winning league games as well. And the way that he, we've not even spoken about this yet. The way that he dissed Basuma in, saying that Basuma needs to give him a whole lot more. It's probably the second time that he's called out a player. Timo Werner, Rangers away, and now Basuma, Fulham away. It could be argued that we do need better players. We need better ready-made players to come in transfer windows. That's another debate. We could go on for hours talking about that. But 7 changes in a game like this going into the international break. Were you surprised?
I was surprised. I mean, I know he said, he needs minutes and this guy needs minutes, he needs minutes. But after AZ, shouldn't we have played our best team and, carried the momentum into the international break of, trying to win the game? Yeah. But his style of play is getting to me slowly. I feel we don't feed Solanke enough. All we're trying to do is to tap in at the far post goal. Hence why Brendan Johnson's got so many goals. To me, we haven't been crossing it from the left. Okay, Porro crosses it in from the right all the time. But for Solanke in the air, I don't feel we're doing that from the left-hand side at all. And I think teams have worked us out. Okay, everyone says the first 10 games, it was brilliant. But this is the Premier League. They've got good managers. There's brilliant managers in the Premier League. They will work you out. And Ange has to adapt. And I don't think he does. And I think it's going to be his downfall. I hope it's not. I hope against Frankfurt, we go for it and they're not going to know. But they're going to do their homework. They're going to see how Fulham played against us. They're going to see how every team played against us. Frustration.
Do you think we're just too predictable, Mams, then? Because what frustrates me sometimes, and I said this on the podcast before, there's a couple of times Jed Spence had the ball and he looked up. He was in a great crossing position, but didn't sling it in the box. It was like they've been trained and wants them to play it along the floor, get to the byline, like you said, pull it back. And it is quite predictable. That I'd love to see a sling crosses in from different areas. I mean, Solanke's 6'1", 6'2". Brendan Johnson's not small.
No.
So you know, I just like to see a bit of variation every now and then. I think you're right though. We are predictable to a degree.
It is. I think we are getting predictable, and they work us out. And I mean, okay, I thought Benton could done. He didn't do too bad. I mean, that's the first time he's played as the front of the three in midfield on Sunday.
Yeah.
So
and Archie Gray, of course, is the number 6 for the first time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Basuma did let the three. Obviously, Basuma played the worst out of the three of them. I didn't think Benton could have done too bad, but you know, it's just there was so much space. And in match of the day too, I mean, Troy Deeney and Rooney teared us apart. I mean, the amount of times we gave the ball away and, you know, like stray passes. I mean, it was terrible. I couldn't believe it.
Well, fair play for you to watch match of the day too. My TV was off that night, I'll tell you that.
I didn't watch it on the Monday. I didn't watch it live. I watched it on the Monday. I had the
I ain't watched it for. I can't remember. I can't remember the last time I watched match of the day. I really can't.
I just wanted to see their analysis at the end. I didn't even watch the game. I just watched their analysis, and all I could see was the misplaced passes. That Son was doing it, and Doggy was doing it. Basuma done it numerous times. It was quite a few of them. And we're just not. Are they playing for the manager? I mean, these sloppy passes. If they want to play in the quarterfinal of the Europa League, shouldn't these players who come in be playing out of their skin?
This is exactly what I said last week. You know, what do these players want to be remembered for this season? Is it being 13th in the Premier League table, having all of these defeats? You know, having one of the worst records in Premier League history as a Tottenham player, or do you want to go out there and be heroes and go and lift a trophy? Because honestly, you know, we're so overdue trophies. Ma'am, is there a part of you that remains hopeful that Spurs could go all the way in the Europa League? Because, you know, I hear from some fans, they're like, come on, Chris, we haven't got a bloody chance. Where do you stand on it?
No, I have to be hopeful. You have to be hopeful. Otherwise, what's the point? So we're going to watch the Frankfurt game thinking or wishing that we're going to lose. No chance. No chance. Have to be hopeful. Hopefully, you know, the second leg is away, so we need to play. You know, we need to play even better in the first leg.
Yeah,
but it's up to the players, and then team selection is going to be very, very important as well. So hopefully, Kulu's back.
Mams, last question for you: is Ange Postecoglou going to be our manager at the start of next season?
If we win Europa, I think he still may be in charge. But if we go out, I don't think he's going to survive. And if we go out, I don't think I'm going to want him to be there, because where we're going to finish in the league. What
do you make, Mams? I've got to ask you this. What do you make of the Pochettino comments?
I love Poch. And I saw the picture of the Hadley Wood picture as well. I didn't think it was today, but
it wasn't today.
It wasn't today. I know. Someone sent that to me, and I was like, I don't think this was today. And but yeah, I'd have Poch back. I mean, he should have been backed. We was playing some brilliant football. He mixed it up. He knew how to change his tactics, and that's what we need to do. And if he'd have been backed properly, who knows what could have happened. Yeah, but yeah, I'm definitely a Poch fan.
Man, it's great to talk to you, and come back again soon. We'll chat longer.
No
Thank you
problem.
so much.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Good evening.
Do you know, Craig, like you know full well, I'm a big Mauricio Pochettino fan, but the only thing I would ever say here is Mauricio Pochettino comes back, whether it be next week, next month, next year, 3 years' time, 5 years' time, what's going to be different, what's going to change. And I do think that some people, and I've got carried away with this thought as well before, of like, oh, Pochettino will come back. And it's like, literally, I think people expect him to wave a magic wand and everything's going to be back to, you know, Champions League final 2019 and playing that super football with Harry Kane, Son, Dele Alli, Ericsson, and co. Ain't going to be like that.
No, it wouldn't be. But the thing what Poch would get is probably more time than any other manager on the planet. I think the fan base would give him time. But, you know, we've all got rose-tinted spectacles on that. Last year under Poch from November 18 to 19 was pretty horrific. And as we know, I think we said the Champions League run papered over a hell of a lot of cracks. It wasn't the best football. It wasn't the best football we've witnessed under Pochettino. But we had that Champions League run, which was, you know, that Ajax game I'll remember for the rest of my life. So that alone and that feeling of the whole club, fan base and everything being together as one, we just long for those days back.
We're now going to go all the way to Italy to speak to Simone, of course, channel regular and Italian journalist. Simone, how are you? Good evening to you.
Hi guys, hi Craig, hi Chris. Always nice to be back on the show, and congrats for what you are doing, guys. It's absolutely amazing to listening to you.
Thank you so much, Simone. How are you feeling as a Spurs fan right now? Because it's been a tough season. I know, you know, from when you've done the Spurs Around the World clips, you know, you've lost a little bit of faith in Ange Postecoglou. Of course, you know, everyone is thinking if Spurs can get past Frankfurt, then it's highly likely that Spurs could play Lazio in the semi-final. If that was the case, how difficult is that game going to be?
It's gonna be extremely difficult. The biggest problem is that for me, Spurs will lose at Frankfurt with this manager. But you know, my feelings, my idea about Ange. So I lost my faith in him, not at the end of last season, but at the start of this season, when he had full squad and he used to make the same mistakes, the same issues of last season, of the way he finished last season. Football cannot be just philosophy, guys. And in this case, the philosophy is absolutely reckless. I was, to be honest, a little bit scared when Eric Dyer joined Bayern Munich. He had an interview with Gary Neville. I don't know if you remember. He said, Ange Postecoglou, interestingly, does not look to the opponents, does not look, for example, the same sentences that I say, the set pieces or stuff like that. Interestingly, is just concerned about improving his philosophy of football. So not plan B, not plan C, always the same mistakes.
Simone, sorry to interrupt. I think it's worth noting and worth telling the viewers and listeners that you were in a press conference a couple of months ago with Ange Postecoglou, and it was actually you that questioned him on set pieces, and he wasn't impressed with your question.
Yeah, for me, it was done. When a manager does not know how to reply to a journalist on questions like that, he clearly was upset with me because he changed the question. He says, next question. I don't know how to answer because my question was just on set pieces. I went actually to Tottenham Rome game on November. Spurs conceded both way on set pieces, so the question for a journalist was absolutely easy, especially for a manager that lost 3 derbies in a row on set pieces, open play, and counter-attacks. But when you have to go to Frankfurt, I make a video for you, Chris, 1 month ago. I said, with Ajax, you can win. With Alkmaar, you can win. With Frankfurt, you're going to lose because Frankfurt are experienced. They won the Europa League 3 years ago. They are strong. They will go for set pieces. The second game, the second leg will be away. They are experienced. They know how to deal with difficult circumstances. Spurs will play on the same way, on the same path, and I know what I can expect. But the main issues about the Spurs world is that there is this false might that without injuries, this team would be 4th, 5th. It's a false might because at the start of the season, when you had got the full squad, you went to Brighton, you went to Newcastle, you went to some important games, and you lost. Without injuries, I expected this team to be a middle table team, however. So with these injuries, the season was a disaster. and this is what happens. Then, of course, 13 on the table, international break. Mauricio Pochettino breaking the internet with his photo, but I saw actually the picture. I saw the picture, guys. It wasn't Daniel Levy. It was Ichan. If you look carefully, it was Ichan on that picture. It wasn't Daniel Levy. So now Poch is with the USA. Let's see in the future, but I lost my hope to see my hero Mauricio Pochettino back at the club, because in 2023, back to April, May 2023, there was the chance, but Daniel Levy made other choices. Poch went to Chelsea. Spurs had the opportunity to bring Poch home 2 years ago, but Daniel Levy made other decisions. So I lost my hope. Of course, it's a dream. Poch still dreams to be back home one day. My dream is the same, but of course I don't know if it's gonna happen. Until 2026, he has got a job to do in USA. So let's see what's gonna happen in the summer. Of course, the problem is above the manager. We already agree the fact that the problem is above the manager, but Postecoglou is out of his depth. At this level of professional football, Premier League, you're not playing Scottish Premier League. You have to study the opponents. You have to prepare set pieces. You are not allowed to train alone on your team. You have to look carefully to everything, and it will never change. So for me, it's incredible. He's still in charge. Of course, in the league, we are week after week talking about 300 games, because there is absolutely nothing to ask in the league. So you could have won at Fulham, could have lost at Fulham. You lost at Fulham, but there is no difference. Look at what's gonna happen in Frankfurt. If Spurs lose to Frankfurt, holiday, and see everyone next season.
Simone, if we get past Frankfurt, and you would imagine it would be Lazio on paper anyway, Spurs Lazio semi-final. I mean, that would be a cracking game for the likes of you as well, wouldn't it, being an Italian team? How do you see us faring against an Italian team? Because would the way we play right into Lazio's hands, do you think? And I'm getting ahead of myself, by the way.
Simone, before you answer that, I'm going to give you some Opta stats. This is the chance that they have given teams to win the Europa League. Athletic Bilbao, 22.4%. Lazio, 21.5%. Tottenham, 18.4%. And Manchester United, 13.3%.
Lazio are very, very tight, guys. Lazio are tight. So, of course, they've got easy draw with Bodo Glimt. But Lazio are extremely tight. They lost 5-0 to Bologna on Sunday. They are not a typical Italian side this season, because they play 4-4-2, a very offensive game. So I could expect an incredible game full of chances, open play. So maybe it's good for Ench. It could be good for Ench. The second leg will be in Rome. For me, it would be a dream, guys, to have the chance to have my Spurs word, to have you to spend our times with you guys here in Rome will be an incredible opportunity. So of course I fancy Spurs and Lazio to go through, because for me it's gonna be an incredible semi-final. But of course there is Frankfurt before, and I don't know Spurs will go through.
Yeah, of course, it is a big game for the football club, especially us fans. Simone, last question for you. Fabio Paratraci's ban is ending in the summer. There have been reports in England about him possibly returning to Italy to work with a Serie A club. Is that your expectation? Do you know any news on this, or is the expectation that he will come back and work for Spurs in some capacity again, even though that we now have Scott Munn and Johan Langer?
Scott Munn has got other ideas, guys, for me, for what I got to know. So, of course, we can look at Destiny Doji, Guglielmo Vicario. They could mean Fabio Paratici had still some job to do, maybe as advisor for Daniel Levy. But my idea and what I got to know is that there is something with AC Milan. There is something with AC Milan. In AC Milan, there is a little bit a sort of war inside the bird to decide who's gonna decide the next sporting director. Fabio Paratici is definitely on the list for AC Milan, and it could be a name. It can be a name. So I don't see Paratici at Tottenham next future.
Simone, I've got to ask you, because I know you love your percentages. I've just given you the percentages from Opta, 18.4% for Spurs. What percentage would you give Spurs to win the Europa League?
Spurs are one of the best teams in Europa League, but they are the only club without a proper manager. So for me, it's going to be 0%, guys. Unfortunately.
Wow. Simone, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you again very soon.
Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. 0%. He loves these percentages, doesn't he? Got to always ask him percentage questions.
What was it he said? Simone said 10%. What was that? What was the question he asked?
I think it was, if I remember rightly, I think it was about Eze, signing Eze.
Oh, well,
was it signing Eze or signing another top player that we didn't sign in the summer that we all had hopes for? Yeah,
he was probably right. Yeah.
One of those. We're now going to go to Mr. Positive over in Australia. Blake, how are you?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, all good here. All good. As you said, just trying to stay positive for the meantime. So, you know, the fact that we're still in Europa, I know that's a far reach sometimes, but the old saying goes, it's the hope that kills you, right? So I think that's what we've got to stay with for now. And basically over the weekend, said it last time I was on, and thanks for having me back as well, of course. But last time I was on, spoke about a doco that's just come out here in Australia called Ange and the Boss. Yep. And it's about when Ferenc Puskás was here in Australia managing South Melbourne. I can see exactly where Ange gets his front foot attacking style. Obviously, the best goal in world football is named after Puskás. And the doco was just incredible, seeing how much he learned from one of the greats. And that's why we play an attacking style of football. Now, I think where it is breaking down for us is that most of the squad, it's a question now becoming of, is it will or skill? And I actually think, because it's such a high risk, high reward football, I actually think it's more about will than it is skill. I think he's got players in positions that just can't quite execute that pass. And it's just bizarre to think, because it is a 5-10 yard pass sometimes, and they're just not quite. Maybe it's the fact they don't have the kahunas to do it. Maybe that's part of the reason why. It's like, I don't know if I can hit that pass that Ange is asking me to do, or the boss is asking me to do. And that's maybe where it's breaking down for me. And it was a deflating loss against Fulham, there's no doubt. But the thing to keep in mind, I think, is that when it is on and when it works, we see how good it is. It's just too far and few in between at the moment. So that's probably where I'm a bit conflicted, but I'm going to stay positive, because I think that Frankfurt tie coming up, we're putting all our eggs in that basket. And I think that there is a genuine chance there to progress to a semi-final and beyond. But I do think the way that the club operates and the way that we have seen things unfold in the past, I think if he bows out in Frankfurt, or even in the semi-final against what you'd think on paper is Lazio, I don't think he'd retain his job, just because, see out the season, reassess in the summer. That's my initial thoughts off the bat. Sorry to verbal diarrhea there, but no, that's my initial thoughts, gents, I reckon.
No, that's exactly what we love people to do, Blake. Come on here and say exactly what they want to say. There's nothing that we don't talk about on this channel. Whatever subject you want to come and talk about, then people are very, very welcome. And let me just say, for anyone watching and listening, if you do want to come on the next episode, just send me an email. It's tottenhamfanchris@gmail.com, and it'd be great to talk to you. Craig, do you want to ask Blake the next question?
Yeah. Hello, Blake. Welcome back to the channel. Always good to see you. And what great commitment getting up at, it must be what, 25 to 7 over there where you are in Adelaide?
Yeah. No, just always willing to be on, mate. Absolutely. So,
That's
I
incredible.
love coming on here. It's great therapy.
It's incredible commitment, I must say. It's unbelievable. You kind of answered my question. Actually, I was going to actually ask you, at what point would you no longer back Ange Postecoglou? Is there a moment where you think his time's up? I know you kind of answered it, but would you say that's end of the season if we don't win the Europa, or would you give him another season?
It's very much a head versus heart thing for me, for obvious reasons. Our fellow countrymen, and I've seen, like I've said on this show so many times, I've seen it work, and I've seen it work at Spurs too. Like when it's on, we are on, and it looks fantastic football. And I think the key in his system is obviously taking the risk, high risk, high reward. But it's taking your moments as well. And I feel like we just don't have that conviction in the front third at the moment. That's probably what's really letting us down. That's a long-winded part to answer your question, but I think
why is it though, Blake? Why is that? Because I remember flying to Perth, Australia, to go and see that friendly against West Ham, right? And that was an entertaining game, end-to-end stuff. But the training sessions, I remember coming from those training sessions, going, wow. Ange Postecoglou, it is all about the attack. It is attack. And as I said to one of the previous guests, it was always about forward. Ange Postecoglou shouting forward all the time. We haven't seen that. And we seem to be, for a better phrase, like sodding about at the back with the ball, playing it backwards, passing to the side. This isn't the same as what we had before. Why is that?
It doesn't strike me as he doesn't strike me as someone that would bend and try and waver for other people and for other players or even fans calling him out for some pragmatism. So it is a bit of a baffling one, because I was there in Perth too. I'm sure we probably crossed paths maybe at the ground or something, but that was such an exciting time, because you're going to these training sessions and going, this is like top notch. Manager stuff and open training. You can see exactly what's trying to happen, what he's trying to do, the way that we want to play, front foot attacking, swashbuckling style, Spurs football, right? And that is where I am so conflicted, because where is it breaking down? I guess a little bit of a systematic problem and like a diagnosis for it might be the fact that he has had months and months with a completely depleted squad where I'll bet training was minimal. And, everyone's saying, all the injuries are coming from overloading at training. And, he's doing match simulation in training, and it's got to be up to match standard and so on and so forth. But I don't see how you could do that with 10 players, that were possibly available for first team training, and you're asking that you're calling upon the youth team to be involved. So that's probably, I would say, back into a routine and rhythm. And that's probably where the conviction hasn't been there in the front third. Obviously, it's been there in parts. Sonny's really stepped up in the last few games. Probably a little bit quiet after with his appearance at Fulham, but he's definitely been involved. Tell hasn't quite hit the ground running yet, but I'd back him in, give him some time as well. And I think that's probably key. He's trying to get players prepared for this Europa League run and where anything's possible. So. Yeah, I think it is breaking down, but I think there is some background to it as well. So that's probably important to call out.
Blake, obviously it's sorry, Chris.
Go on.
It's obvious to me that there's still some players in this squad that are not going to cut the mustard. Which players do you think? Well, which players would you like to see moved on in the summer and as part of this squad refresh? Because we're still miles off, really, aren't we?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I would say beyond the first 10 games, we saw Basuma get man of the match in a few of those first 10 games, but I don't see the same player anymore. He hasn't been the same player other than a few glimpses that I just mentioned since coming over from Brighton. I think that's been really, really disappointing to see. I would Ben 7 out of 10 gets a lot of stick. But I think he's probably one that you keep for another year just to keep that stability and keep that experience around. Maybe that's me being a little bit, soft and like I've got a bit of a soft spot for Ben. But that's a player I'd keep around. I'd keep Sonny. There's a few players there that we do have to move on. But I think Yves Bissouma is probably the sore thumb, in my opinion. I think Richarlison's too injury prone. If Saudi come knocking and there's a potential there for a move, I think you do it. If not, still try and make the move happen. Cut your losses on it. I think there's the opportunity there to get a much better striker in that can support Solanke better than what he has. And it's nothing personal. He seems like a lovely guy, but we do have to put that personal side of things away and try and get some business done in the summer if we're to progress. But yeah, the squad does need a bit of a refresh. And other than your key pillars, obviously, I actually think if this is me coming, as I've mentioned before, I'm a football coach here in Australia, Aussie rules footy. If you have a player in your squad that doesn't want to be there, for instance, Romero in this case, I don't see the point in keeping him around. And if he wants to go to Real, and it seems like he's out the door, half out the door already. Maybe I'm wrong because he has worn the captain's armband a few times. But if he doesn't want to be there, that's damning. And I think that's where you try and cash in and make a move happen, because you want people buying into the system. And I'm sure Andrew wanted that. Whether he's in charge or not is another problem, another story, another question to ask. But yeah, that's probably the key ones that I would be looking to move on.
You would think the likes of Bissouma and Richarlison would be heading out the door in the summer. But I suppose whether you call it a problem or not, if Ange Postecoglou is replaced, the next manager may want to keep these players. So then sometimes when you have so many managerial replacements, you end up keeping players because the managers want to give them, a little bit more of a go and a try and to see how it works. And, that could be a problem in itself. Like we've spoken about, Blake, so many different managerial changes over recent years. What do you make of the Pochettino interview with Sky Sports today?
It's at the moment it's a pipe dream. He's too honourable, and I think he wouldn't walk away from an opportunity for automatic World Cup qualification. That's a once in a lifetime job. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he doesn't strike the type of character to me that would turn his back on a job like midterm and with less than 12 months out from a World Cup sort of thing. Oh, not quite 12 months, but it's looming next year. I don't see that he would do that immediately. And I also don't see the chairman being willing to stump up the cash for that. I just don't see that side of things happening. What I do see is like post-World Cup, I think it would be fantastic to get him back longer term. And I think if you look around and if Ange is not in the picture for whatever reason it might be, I think he's the glaringly obvious choice. It's just then the timing of it. Timing's everything, right? And I'm not sure if it's going to be the right time in the near future. I would love to see it happen though. And regardless of it hurt so much when he went to Chelsea. I think we can all agree on that. It was like, but man's got to work. I completely understand that. And if it was to eventuate that he came back, he would, as Craig said, get all the time in the world that he wanted, because we failed him last time. That's the honest truth. 3 transfer windows without a move, and we didn't back him, and we should have. And I think still to this day, I would say Daniel Levy probably regrets that decision. So if it happens, it happens. But if not, let's focus on the present and go after Europa. I think there's an opportunity in front of us, and I'm hoping to book my tickets to Bilbao and see you blokes there.
I look forward to it. Let's hope that is a reality and that comes true, Blake. Blake, always such a great guest. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you soon.
Cheers, Dan. Thanks for having me. Have a good
Cheers.
day.
Ta-ra.
We're now going to go to London to go to Leo the Lion, former singer of the streets. Leo, how are you?
Mate, I'm hey Craig, how are you doing, sir? You good?
Yeah, not bad, bro.
Good to see you guys, man. I'm very well, Spurs fan, you know how it is. This is probably one of the first seasons where I've not watched Match of the Day. I don't even know if they've changed the music to the start or whatever. I don't know what. I don't even know.
They'll never change the music.
Well, I've not watched it because I'm depressed come 5 p.m. So that's pretty much how I am, man. As a Spurs fan, I'm sure I share the same emotions with, many thousands across London and across the world. It's not been a great season at all. And as much as I'm ranting off now, but as much as I really wanted Ange so much to succeed, I was Ange in, the whole football philosophy, the attacking play, the Tadaris to do with the high line, all of that. It was exciting. The 10 games we had at the start, it was just such a change from what we've had previously, and I wanted that to work. I wanted him to be successful. I loved his story, coming from Australia and Japan and wherever, winning so many things, and him now taking a chance now. It's a great story. You want him to win. You just, the way he talks, the fact that we did the Robbie Williams song, everything was just fantastic. Especially coming from what we've done before, and then to where it is now, it's heartbreaking.
Leo, can I have your permission to read some of the WhatsApp messages that you've sent me recently?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So on the 13th of Feb, Leo writes on WhatsApp to me, "I'm Ange in now." Right. Yeah. And then a WhatsApp message today, "It's that bad. Even if we win the Europa League, I want Ange to be sacked." What's changed your mind?
What's changed my mind? Okay.
What was the point where you thought, that's it, I've had enough?
There's been several points where I've been like, okay, So let me take it back. Obviously, look, there's a lot of people that might say, oh, the Chelsea game. But no, I like that. I like when he said, "This is who we are, mate." I thought, yeah, come on, stick to your guns. And then there's been moments. So I think one of the first points was when obviously we had the injuries and stuff. And I was thinking to myself, okay, we have the injuries, but you could still change things a bit, because the players that we have, we don't have, just adapt. We don't have to play the same way when we don't have the personnel to play the way you want. And so for me, that kind of shows your managerial aptitude, your managerial skills based on the tools that you have. Like, that's when we're supposed to see what your salt is all about. That's when you really go to work. Because anyone I can manage Barcelona when Messi was there. I don't have to do too much because I've got the players on the pitch. But if I don't have those players, then it's down to my tactical ability, my skills, my in-game, decisions. That's where I earn my souls. That's where I it's like when the push comes to shove, I have this ability to turn water into wine. And what Ange has kind of shown us is that he doesn't have that ability. He's not been able to show that ability to turn water into wine, turn a bad situation into a better one. It's at least a better one. I'm not saying that you have to win all the games, but just do something into a better situation. Because it seems that if we don't have the players, then it's like we're losing games. There's no alternative, there's no change. And so it's been that, and then obviously the other aspects of thing is team selection. For example, I know that Timo Werner can't pass the ball. I know that. And I'm not a coach, I'm not a football coach, but I know Timo Werner can't pass 5 yards. I know Timo Werner can't score a goal. I know this. So why play him? I know that Johnson offers nothing for 90% of the game. I know this situation. I know that if you give Johnson the ball, you're going to struggle. Nothing's going to happen. But then why play him? I know Richarlison can't hold the ball up. Richarlison can't pass the ball. I know that by playing Richarlison up front, we have no one to hold the ball so that the back line can come. I know these things, and I'm not a football manager. I know that we get, every time we lose the ball, the team is on our centre backs. I know that if you put that Porro is exposed. I know these things. I see every week. yet nothing changes. And so then I'm questioning myself. I'm questioning him. Like, what is it that you're not? I can see it. How can you not see it? Everyone's telling you about this. The pundits are telling you about this. Yet nothing is changing. You know. And then you tell us, okay, it's the injuries. So I said, okay, fair enough. Let me give him the injuries, even though we had the players and we were still losing before the injuries happened. I said, let me give him the benefit of the doubt. We are ravaged with injuries. Let me have that. But at least you can still tweak a bit. At least you can still not let us lose. Get us some draws. We don't have to play this bad. You know, play the youth. Where's Reguilon? Where's all of these other players that you could be bringing in? So these alarm bells are ringing in my head because I can see the issues, right? You know, then all of a sudden, a few players come back. We're still losing. And then another point before I even get to that stage was when we played Tamworth in the FA Cup. Now, I don't care about injuries. I don't want to hear injuries. I don't want to hear nothing, right? You're playing Tamworth, a non-league side, and we're getting tucked in. It's like we're playing Barcelona, ticky-tacky football. We didn't even win that game. They took us to extra time, okay? You could have played your youth team against Tamworth. That guy they've got jobs. They've got extra jobs. You know, this is your job. You're doing this 24/7. These guys have second jobs as plumbers, as working in Tesco's, working at Lidl. Zara. You understand what I'm saying? This is their side hustle. Yet they
can you imagine that, Leo, working in Zara on a Saturday, and on a Sunday you're playing against James Maddison and Min Son.
Exactly, and I'm running circles around them, right? And so I'm saying to myself, well, how can it be the lack of players, injuries, when you've got multi-million-pound players with scientists that check your blood, that look at the food that these guys at Zara eat Greggs. They probably had Greggs for warm-up food. You understand? Where here you got the scientists, the doctors with their laptops and iPads and checking your breath, checking your sweat to make sure the microbes in the beads of sweat are just to optimum of the scientific ratio of oxygen. Yes, Tamworth, whatever it is. That's what they do. It's called
you sound like
science,
you know what you're
Craig.
talking about, Leo.
You do. Some of the
Have
subjects we talk about on these fan shows is incredible.
Craig, have you not seen them lot? And they've got the oxygen mask in that, and they're going into the spaceship to get revitalized with their muscles. You've seen that, haven't you? These guys at Tamworth, they go to Lidl. You get those foot buckets. You put your foot in the bucket. That's what they've got. Yet they were able to run rings around us. So and listen, we didn't win that game. So when they say, "Oh, we got through," no, we were lucky. We scraped through Tamworth, and so that was one of the big blocks that shifted for me regarding Ange. I was like, well, if you can't dispose of this team, you don't need your Romeros, you don't need your Van der Vens here. They don't have them, yet they were able to tuck us in. All right, and then now, let's move it forward. Now that we have our players back, what has changed? The football is horrendous. That last game, the last game we saw last week, I've never seen anything like it. You're passing the ball to I can't even, who did we pass the ball to? And it hit his shin, right? And I'm thinking, or hit his heel. I'm like, what is kamikaze football? You know, you see players running into a cul-de-sac, no options to pass to. Bentancur's running like a headless chicken. Like, I'm thinking, what is going on? And he's just standing there, not even saying nothing, just standing there. Like, at least pretend to do something. Let us, you know that we're abusing you about this, so pretend to shout. Do something.
Craig,
Leo,
you can tell that Leo hasn't been on for a while. That's all been brewing up for weeks.
It's been pent up.
I was going to say, it's great because we don't have to work it. We don't have to ask you questions, Leo, because we know you just come on here and just like give us what you're thinking, which is great. Can I ask you a question then, Leo? Sure. Because We might. Well, I might as well ask you straight out. Eintracht Frankfurt. What happens in that game?
Bro, again, I've lost hope. I can't even predict what's going on. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the Frankfurt game. I can say, oh, I'd like to win, but I've given up. How can I give up, Craig? I've given up. I've given up predicting score lines or how we'll play. I've given up. I don't know how we'll play.
He's a lost man.
To be fair, Craig, the last couple of months when we've done all these preview shows or we preview the games at the end of the after-match shows, and I go around to all three guests and say, what do you think the score's going to be? And then sometimes you lot say, Chris, what do you think? And I go, haven't got a clue.
Haven't got a clue. And that's half. I agree.
I'm with Leo on that. Haven't got a clue.
Yeah. I don't know. We could come out. I think it's right. This is how I see it. We could go out and absolutely smash Frankfurt in the first leg, and we'd all be like, wow. Yeah, we could lose. Yeah, it could be something in between. And you just don't know what Tottenham's going to turn up. There's no consistency.
That's football.
Yeah. I know it's football, but come on. We've been so up and down.
Yeah. I mean, the question is this. Like we all know. We know about the inconsistencies. We know about that. Everyone knows about it. The headlines talk about it. You know you're going into an important game. What are you telling your players? You know about, you can't keep at the end of every game, yeah, we got to fix it. Yeah, something we got to look back on it, and we got to rectify. It's the same. I can cut and paste.
Leo, I must say that is probably what really upset me and made me quite angry actually on Sunday, is the fact that Ange Postecoglou used that line again, nowhere near the level. Why not? I can't believe a manager keeps using that same line, nowhere near the level. Yes, we know we've been very sympathetic, I feel, as Spurs fans. I feel like the board has been very sympathetic towards Ange, the players as well. But you can't keep using that same line no matter what team or squad you're putting out there. And let's face it, he made 7 changes at Fulham going into the international break, and then it was that same line again. I feel like those press conferences, those post-match press conferences, sometimes it's like a cut and paste job, and that is probably what upset me the most. It's like, come on, you made those changes. You can't keep saying we're not at the level.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that pierces my heart. Because I'm thinking we're not at the level. What are you telling them? What are you doing post-match, pre-match, during the week? How are you preparing the games? And the worst thing about, and because someone just made a comment here backstage, he said about the lack of effort. It's not like the players ain't making the effort. Yes, I can see them running around like headless chicken. So what does that tell you about the management's the instructions? They're just running around. There's no cohesion. You can't even pass 5 passes. So it's very. The blame has to be on Ange, and like you said, when you asked me, do I want Ange in, regardless of whether we win the thing? No, because he's proved that he can't turn water into wine. He can't even make the water warm. It's just cold.
Interesting though, Leo. Maddison said in a Sky interview last week that the players, us fans, don't ever see how hard that they are working in training, because they're working hard every single day.
I don't care how hard. Listen, it's like saying your missus, your missus saying, oh, you don't know how hard I slave in the kitchen. I'm chopping the onions. Yeah, but the food is shit. Like, what do you want me to tell you? I can't even. It's giving me the runs. I don't care how hard you're working. It's like you produce something. All that hard work needs to have results. So what you're saying is all the hard work you're doing is producing 15th in the league.
It's disappointing.
So are you working hard or working smart? What are we talking about here?
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Leo, last question for you. Are Spurs going to win the Europa League?
I thought you were going to say, Spurs going to win the league. Again,
not the league, the Europa League.
Listen, I want us to win the league. I so want Spurs to win the league. And my son is 5. I want to take my son down to the bus parade, and because then I can pass on the burden, the pain of being a Spurs. I was going to say Arsenal. To be a Spurs.
Shall I ask you another question? When's your son going to see us lift the trophy? How old are you going to be?
Oh my God! I hope he's 5. I hope we win it. And I pray, Craig, talk to me. I hope we win the thing. But even if we do win it, he has to go. He has to go.
Craig could have a beard like Santa. Next time we win a trophy.
I did say I wasn't going to shave. I did say I wasn't going to shave until Spurs won a trophy, and that was about a month ago.
Listen, I think my son will probably have a beard before Spurs win the trophy.
What's it coming to? I used to genuinely sit here saying the trophies are coming and mean it, and now I'm bantering our own club saying that he's going to have a long beard, and your son's going to probably be 25.
Yeah.
What does it come to? Leo, thanks so much for coming on, and we'll talk to you again very soon.
All right, brother.
Cheers.
Take care, man.
Keep the WhatsApps coming.
All right, brother.
See you soon.
Peace.
See you, Leo.
At least we do have a laugh on here. Let's get another laugh. We've got Mr. Darren Altman with us. Darren, how are you?
There he is.
Hello. Nice to see you guys. How you doing?
Darren, we might need your help to keep these smiles up and give us a few impressions, because speaking about Spurs right now is hard work.
When we found out who he was, I didn't have a clue, right? And we found out he managed, in Australia and Japan and Scotland, Celtic manager. And my feelings on Scottish football. Not only do I not have time for it, it winds me up. It's a 2-team league, And then I watched the documentary on him, and I saw his philosophy, and I thought, oi. And then it was everything that we wanted. It was front footing. It was attack. It was to dare is to do. It was matador football. And the wheels soon came off, and we get found out. All this tippy-tappy from the back where we can't string two passes together. It's suicide. Yes, we have a load of injuries. We had a load of injuries. Yes, we were decimated. But as has been said, we've got our players back now, and we're just not performing as a team. It's like Leo said. It's upsetting. It's heartbreaking. I just don't get what's going on. We can't string two passes together. That free kick, that was like Keystone Cops. I mean, what are they doing on the training ground for that to happen? Or this shit or bust thing where where the defenders don't defend because they're expected to invert and come forward and leave loads of space in the back. I'm not a tactician, I'm not a manager, but you see the space all over the field. It's just like, and as I said on our little WhatsApp group a few times, I'm fed up of seeing Sonny, who we all love and won't take anything away from him. What he's achieved at the club, well, he hasn't achieved bugger all, but what he's done for the club, has been amazing. And he's the club captain. But I don't want to see him looking at the floor anymore, saying, well, we can't perform like that. It's a disappointment. It's rhetoric that we hear game after game. I was Anjin. I had every faith, and I'm using the past participle here. I really, really wanted him to succeed. I loved his style of football. I thought, we got a team that's front-footed, attacking when it works. It's brilliant. The wheels have come off. Why he left our two best players, Maddison and Bergvall, on the bench against Fulham, I've got no idea. And then balls Basuma out publicly and said, I expect more from him, Don't start him. You've got Bergvall, who's absolutely on fire, who's the talent in the team. You've got Maddison, who's starting to play now, starting to tick, starting to create things in that number 10 role. And you started them on the bench.
It's funny. He said he had to give Basuma minutes, and Basuma's now going on for international duty. So why did you have to give him minutes in that game?
Precisely. He can have minutes when he's bloody skiing or wherever he likes to go, when he's putting his feet up with a Pinot Grigio and a Pina Colada. Then he can have
he'd be playing for Mali this week. He won't be playing. He won't be going down the ski slopes.
Right. Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. Why tell players that he needs minutes when you're about to go on an international? I don't get it. I'm confused, and I'm confused why we can't string passes together anymore. Why we are? Is it a lack of confidence? I mean, are the players absolutely shot? It's so frustrating, and it's rinse and repeat now. It's so frustrating. It really is.
Are you Ange out now completely, Darren, or you just?
I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind, Craig, because
when did that happen exactly? When?
The Fulham game sealed it for me. I thought that we were lucky to get a draw against Bournemouth. We were lucky to get a draw. I really wanted him to succeed, but it's what's happening now, guys, is that. Sorry, I sound like guys. What's happening now, guys? What's happening now is sorry.
I knew you couldn't help yourself. The impressions are coming. The trophies aren't, but the impressions are coming.
The thing is, I've got the pastor on the ball, guys. I've got the pastor on the ball, guys. I've got a beautiful pesto that my mama made me, guys, with the basil. I've forgotten my train of thought now. I'll tell you why. Because he's winding me up. That's why. My gut is just being wound up now. When I see interviews with him, I'm not like, come on, Ange, come on. I'm just like, I've heard it all before. I think in answer to your question, I've checked out, Craig. I've just checked out with him. I just don't get. I don't get what he's trying to do. I get what he's trying to do, but I don't get what he's trying to do.
I said this the other day, Darren. I have felt, certainly in the last couple of months, I know we've had a lot of injuries, etc., but I've felt, and the amount of Spurs fans I speak to on a daily basis, particularly at the stadiums, I feel like the more people I talk to, the more people have lost or are losing faith with Ange. And it doesn't help when, on social media, you get all of these clips of Ange Postecoglou confronting fans. Whether people agree with it or don't agree with it, you don't see Premier League managers operating in this way and doing, you don't see managers being successful and having rows with the fans, etc. What do you make of that, by the way? Is he right to, bite back to the fans that are abusing him, or should he just blanket?
I mean, I saw the clip of Tell, and I saw the clip of the fan over the balcony saying, "What was that? What was that?" I mean, I don't know. He's a human being at the end of the day. Yes, he can carry on walking, and someone could say, "No, leave it, Ange, leave it. He's not worth it." But he's a human being. If his instincts to turn around and react, then I don't know. He didn't have a fight, but he just. I think he turned around to him and said, "You're a young man. What you have some respect or something," didn't he? And this whole thing about winning in his second season. I mean,
but doesn't it prove that the next game, someone is going to think, well, Andrew's going to bite back, so I'm going to shout X, Y, and Z. Doesn't it make you an easy target when you bite back like that?
Well, yeah, and these clips, they go viral. They do the rounds. They're shared and they do the rounds. So it's all, it's all content, isn't it?
No, you're right, Darren. No, you're right. You're right. And it's funny you say that. Oh, there's a pussycat.
She's had enough.
The thing is, we know that people from Spurs watch these podcasts. We know that, and that we know that people high up in Spurs watch these podcasts. We know some of the players watch these podcasts. If you could have a message, or the cat could have a message for the board, what would you be telling them?
The thing is, it's rinse and repeat, isn't it? It's rinse and repeat. We've seen it season after season after season. And what's the one common denominator? We all know what the one common denominator is. If Ange goes, what happens? We get someone else in, and then it's probably rinse. We may get a new manager bounce. We may not. But until Levy wants to put his hand in his pocket and buy some proper players, and spend proper money instead of doing the old, last minute, down an alley. What do you think he's worth? What, 5 mil? Give you 4. That we go round and round and round the merry-go-round. Nothing plus ça change. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. He's a great businessman. He's a phenomenal businessman. What the ground and what he's done for the infrastructure is phenomenal. But we stagnate. We're 15th. We're 15th. We're Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, and we're 15th.
In terms of transfer windows, Darren, Postecoglou has had money to spend, and he said that he wanted to sign younger players for the future, always thinking about the future of the club, because he has hoped that this is going to be a long-term project. He signed a 4-year deal. We're nearly 2 years in. I've got to ask this for balance on the podcast, I suppose, because everyone has been super negative towards Ange. Has he been given enough time? Because when he came in, a lot of people, a lot of sensible Spurs fans said, well, this is a complete rebuild now. We need to give the manager time. We need to give him the tools, blah, 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 blah. He's gone out and spent money. Has that money been spent on the right players? Because all of us, especially the regulars on this podcast that come on week after week, all of us, including me and Craig, so many times said, we need players for now. We need the players to make an impact now. A player like Tell, for example, £60 million that Spurs could pay for him in the summer, and that is a player still learning his trade. I've no doubt that he's going to be a very, very good player for the future. But again, it is players that we need now to make a real impact. And then a player like Tell gets time on the pitch in the Premier League. I like at Fulham, and a lot of people slag the player off and go, well, he's no good, this, that and the other. Well, that's what we bought, and a player in the making and one for the future, and we haven't bought players for the now. Is that what needs to change in your opinion? Because I feel like a lot of that needs to be put at Postecoglou's door for the types of players that he has bought. He has said so many times, these are my signings. I have the final say. Johan Lange and co, they go out and they identify these players, but I have the final say who we are buying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mix and match, isn't it? Bergvall, I think, has been a revelation. Archie Gray, obviously, has been absolutely fantastic. Spence, I'm so pleased he had.
But they have been by accident. They have been by accident. And let's be fair and honest about it. They have been by accident, because I think at the start of the season, had we have not had all of those injuries, would Bergvall and Gray got all of that game time? I think that has been a fantastic period at the club for both of those two individuals, very young players, talented players. But, it's great how it's turned into a positive, how they've got so much game time, but they probably wouldn't have got it at the start.
That's true. And, those two have been an absolute revelation. Listen, I'm going to say something which may be controversial. Solanke, everyone talks about his running and his commitment for the team. Absolutely, 100%. He scored 7 Premier League goals, and I know he's been injured, and 2 in the UEFA Cup. He's an out-and-out striker. For me, he should be getting more goals. Again, I'll repeat myself. I think his commitment is brilliant. His running, what he does for the team, phenomenal. At the end of the day, he's a striker.
But he's doing the job that Ange wants him to do.
Why wasn't he getting any goals against Fulham? You don't think he didn't score against Bournemouth, did he? No, he didn't.
He's doing the job, Darren, that Ange Postecoglou wants him to do.
Well, so explain to me what that job is. I mean, I'm not a painter and decorator. If you told me to paint the wall, I'd give it a go.
Craig, you used to be a centre forward. You've only mentioned it once or twice on here. Do you want to take that question? Because we've mentioned
asking. I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, genuinely asking. Yeah, Craig, do you want to take that question? Because we've said so often, you and I, about Dominic Solanke's work rate, his pressing, etc., etc. This is exactly what Ange Postecoglou wants him to do. And we've also said, a player like that in the 6-yard box, and we were very excited about when we signed him, because if he got the service, if he does get the service in there, he would score a hatful of goals. But it's not working like that because of the way that Ange Postecoglou plays.
He drops deep. We need someone in the 6-yard box and banging them in. Why is he dropping so deep? He's a striker.
Yeah, it's certainly different from when I played. I mean, we used to play 4-4-2, and that was it. This is a completely different.
Boy on Marsh's bloody hell!
It was different in my day. It was.
Your beard's getting greyer by the minute, mate.
It is. Look, you got to remember. I stopped playing 12 years ago, and it was a different game. And I'm not. Every team I played for played 4-4-2, apart from we flirted with 3 at the back. Never really worked, because 4-4-2, you got to remember, these are blokes going out down a pub or a nightclub on a Saturday night, getting up, absolutely hanging, and bacon sandwich, and you're out on the pitch over Brentford or wherever it is you're playing, So it's a completely different level. But football
is that what Solanke needs? A bacon sandwich? in the morning before the match.
For me. It used to work for me. But ultimately, in answer to your question, a centre forward for me should be your main goal threat and goal scorer. You are right. I mean, people will say the centre forward role, the number 9 role, is kind of dying out, which is a shame. But for me, it should be a centre forward scoring your goals. And yes, he does other work. He occupies the centre backs, drops deep, holds the ball up, blah blah blah. But you know, you want your centre forward early in Haaland. You know, top scorer for Man City, for example. I know Liverpool's a bit different because you've got Mo Salah there, so he's kind of a bit of a freak of nature, isn't he? But your centre forward, you're right, Darren. Centre forward, in my opinion, should be the one that's your top scorer at the end of the season.
Yeah, Daniel says here, Chris, 7 goals is doing a job, Chris. Well, it's the job that Ange Postecoglou wants him to do. If his job was to get in the 6-yard box, that's exactly what he'd be doing. Is Ange Postecoglou telling him to do that? Clearly not. He is doing a lot of running. He is doing a lot of pressing. I'm not saying I agree with it. That is what Ange Postecoglou wants him to do. Is that, lastly, Darren, is that the issue for you at the moment? The way that we are setting up, the way that we are playing, tactics, you know, tactics is something that Ange Postecoglou has been heavily criticised by a lot of pundits, a lot of ex-players, a lot of people have been very successful in the football industry over the last couple of decades. They're all questioning the way that Ange sets up. Is that the issue?
Yeah, I don't know from one day, you know, and injuries aside, now that you know he's got players back, I just don't know what our first team is. You know, he chops and changes. I just don't. I don't know what he's doing. You know, look at Nuno. You know, I promise I will make you proud. And he's bloody making Nottingham Forest proud, isn't he? He's making them well proud. He doesn't change his team from one game to the next. And look what you get with consistency. You get players who know where everyone is, who knows the role, who knows if they put a ball into an area, Matey Boy's going to be there. With us, it's just like it's hit and hope. There's no consistency. There's no consistency. I don't know what he's doing. I don't think the players know what they're doing. You
can't do one of these impressions and then get all serious on us. Can you leave us with another? You've never done Nuno on here before.
No, I will make you proud. I will make you proud. Yeah, it's
How about Conte, Darren? Conte, can you do Conte? Seeing as it's 2 years since he's ran.
Yeah. Good game. Right. What do you get? Lovely. I love it. Antonio Conte, right. And it's rinse and repeat. All the managers, my love. All the managers. It's exactly the same. There you go.
Darren, thank you so much as always.
Sorry, I'll get crucified now. All the guys in the chat saying, you know, why is this man? You know, I remember when we used to be funny. He should do his Harry Kane. Now look at him. Harry Kane.
We need you to come on here doing impressions sometimes because you know it gets very serious on these chats sometimes.
Well, you know, it's just so frustrating. And I saw someone pop up and say, you know, can we have a bit more positivity, Chris? And you know, I mean, maybe you can try and have a look at who's backstage and offer up some positivity. Because...
Do you know why? This is exactly why we do these shows. A lot of people say, oh, you only have positive people on here. Everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome with their opinions, whether it's positive, negative, you know, whatever you want to say.
My final thought is before I go, my glass is always sort of half full. And whenever we lose the game, I'm like you, Chris. I always sort of think, well, okay, they're going to go back into the dressing room. Ange's going to dissect that. He's going to look at the goals and he's going to learn, and we can take that, we can learn from it, and we're going to take that forward. I don't see where we're learning now. I just don't see where we're learning from defeats. I don't get. Oh, thank you, John. What? Wow, that's Derek Griffiths. Isn't it, Craig?
I think he is.
You're a man of a certain age. There's Derek Griffiths. Yes. But I don't see how Ange is learning, and I don't see what plans he's implementing off the back of defeats to take it forward to the next game. Okay, we didn't do X, Y, Z right there, so we gave goals away. Let's mitigate that. Let's not do that in the next game, and let's have a solid and assured game. There's none of that. I just don't get what he's doing. I just don't get it anymore, and that's why, unfortunately, get out.
You're fired.
Now, with respect, and you now, no, hold on a minute, because no. You lost me bleeding games. Okay, so with respect, Ange, you're fine.
Darren, thank you so much. Always great. Speak to you soon.
Get out! Look at you! God! Fuck off!
Thank you, mate. Oh wow! Some of these fan shows, blimey. I don't know what's coming next. We're going to go to John. John,
Hello.
welcome to the show. Welcome. I always see your name pop up in the comments, John. So thanks so much for all of your incredible support over the last couple of years. Certainly. How are you, and what would you like to say?
Well, first of all, how do I follow Darren and Leo?
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. The most entertaining afternoon I've had for a long time. I want to thank Craig for his Tottenham moments on your site there.
Thank you.
I'm still an engine by a thread, I think.
Only by a thread.
By a thread, and I guess that thread's going to be the Europa Cup. That's the thread. I'd like him to remain simply because I want a bit of stability. We've not had any management stability since Poch, and probably the only two management stability periods we've had during the ENIC period has been Poch and Harry Redknapp. The rest of it has been churn and turmoil and change and turmoil. And, you know, we're heading for another bunch of change and turmoil unless we win the Europa Cup.
Can we win it, John? Can Postecoglou guide us to that trophy?
Well, who knows? I'm probably the one of the oldest guys you've got on here, but, you know, so my memory goes back a long way. Yeah, they can win it. Will they? That's another question. I have every hope we can win it. Well, we need a trophy, as you say. It's been 20 odd years, and or nearly 20 years, and we desperately need something. Yeah. And you know,
John, where people are losing patience, you know, you said you're hanging on by a thread. Darren just said a minute ago that he lost faith at the Fulham game. I feel like I've lost quite a lot of faith in Ange since the Fulham game, I'll be honest. And I don't like losing faith in managers. I feel like I'm a pretty patient person and want it to work and you know, see the positives and, you know, try and see the positives in things and situations and think like, can we really go through another manager? But, you know, up next after the international break, we face Chelsea away.
Yeah.
Say we lose that game, because let's face it, you know, one win in 30 odd years at Chelsea at Stamford Bridge in the Premier League, you know, one of those grounds where we just don't seem to perform and get a result there. If Spurs lose that game against Chelsea,
Dele Alli scored, was it? We won
yeah, a wonderful day. One of my favourite memories actually of going to Stamford Bridge and winning, because we just don't seem to get the wins there. But you know, say we lose that game in the Premier League, he's got to be under serious pressure then, hasn't he?
I thought he's under serious pressure now.
But I mean, even more so. I'm talking like, because Craig's saying, can he win the Europa League? You know, when you've got these Premier League games, very important games, I might add, you know, against a London rival, you know, sitting 14th in the Premier League, we need to go up that league table. Whether people think we're going to get a European place via the Premier League table or not, you've still got to perform and you've still got to put shifts in and you've still got to try and get the wins. You know, is he going to be still here when we play the Europa League against Frankfurt?
Well, let me ask a question. Who do we bring in to replace him? We bring back Mason to hold the fort to the end of the season?
There will always be managers out there to take these jobs. There will always be people, whether we come up with the right names or not, there will always be people wanting to come in and do this job.
I mean, I've heard, let's bring Harry back. Well, Harry's a year older than me, so that's
Perhaps you can be his assistant then.
I'm too far away.
In all seriousness, though, John, would you have Harry Redknapp back on an interim basis? Saying the club decided to get rid tomorrow, they're not going to, but just for example, would you have Redknapp back now?
No, I think Harry had his day. Like me, I've had my day. And we need to look forward rather than back. And that's some respects. So I have some reservation about having Poch back. I know there's this emotion of bringing Poch back and all will be well. But let's see how he gets on with the brotherhood to the south of me in the World Cup. I have faith in him, but would we want him back? And you can't keep looking back and saying it was great during Poch's day. Only if we had Poch back, all would be well. And I don't think it would. You've got no different group of players now. Who's left from Poch's team in that team?
Yeah.
Sonny?
Son, Davis.
Davis, yeah.
Yeah.
So he starts a game with a whole new group of players.
Yeah.
How long's Ben Davis and Sonny going to be around? Not another year. And he's not going to be available to us before the end of the World Cup.
John, who do you look to as being these leaders in this Tottenham Hotspur squad right now? And who do you look? When the team sheet comes out, who are you looking to really turn it on and deliver the goods? And also ask you another question. Who have you been impressed with? I know a lot of the guests on here say about Archie Gray, Bergvall, Spence. Anyone else for you? And who do you expect a lot more from?
Well, Bergvall and Archie Gray, yes, I've enjoyed watching them. As they're going to be around a lot longer than me. Spence, I hope, will come through, and he's playing well. But he was the cause of the first goal against Fulham. He ran into a cul-de-sac, lost the ball, and there he was. Bergvall and gave that goal away against AZ Alkmaar by playing around at the back. So they are going to be good players. Just let's hope we find some sense in them and some less frivolity, shall we say? Is that the word for it? I don't know what the word would be, but just tighten up their acts, and to come through as great players. There's some disappointments there, and I think we got Sonny for another year at the most. Maybe it's time just to move him on, and people can hang draw and quarter me for saying that. But I was talking to my son about this, and I said, well, think back at the goal he scored against Burnley.
Yeah,
he ran the length of the field and put it past their goalkeeper, and that was a joy to watch. He couldn't do that today.
John, lastly, you mentioned that you enjoy Craig's daily thoughts of the day. Any ideas for what he can talk about in the near future?
Well, I sent him one suggestion about how far have you travelled to watch Tottenham?
Oh, he's done that one today.
Did he? I haven't been on today. Let's have a look.
No, it will be out in the next few days. Any other ideas for him?
Where's the first time you went to Tottenham?
Yeah, that'd be a good one. That'd be a good one.
When was the first time you walked through White Hart Lane in my case? And it was a shilling at the boys' gate, but that's how long ago it was. But, that would be nice. How long did you go? And, what made you a Tottenham fan, right? My son will tell you, I took him on a trip to the UK, I think it's Christmas 88, and took him to the West Ham game and told him this is where he belonged.
Yeah. And
he's been a Tottenham fan ever since. And I'm working on the granddaughter now, but I mean, those things as well. How did you become a fan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I enjoy both your blogs, and it's always been a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you so much, John. We'll hopefully talk to you again soon. Cheers.
Bye.
See ya.
Right, we've still got a very full green room here. We're going to go to Alex, Mr. Box Office. Alex, how are you?
There he is.
Chris, Craig, let's get straight into it.
Go for it.
Right, let's start with facts. Because facts don't do feelings. Yeah, let's talk about facts. Because people don't think I'm smart enough to do facts. This season, 15 losses, 10 wins. So losing more than we're winning. 4 draws, 19 losses this season. All right? And a question. Form table. If you think back to the game against Liverpool, and I'm not talking about the Carabao Cup, I'm talking about when we lost 6-3. Where would we be in the form table, Chris, Craig? Where would we be in the form table?
Probably 4th from bottom, probably.
17th. Yes, correct. People say about injuries, about Van der Ven and Romero. What is the percentage of games that they've missed this season? Let's talk about Van der Ven first.
50%?
71%.
Wow.
71%, no, 74%, sorry. I gave you a bit of a spoiler for Romero. Because how many games have he missed? 71%. So they're basing this on defenders that miss mostly a lot of games. That's 27 games for Romero and 28 games for Van der Ven. So you're basing it on staying him to keep them fit, basically, yeah? And we all know why they're getting injured, because the Ange fans, and I'm going to call them Ange fans, because I'm sorry, Chris, but most of them don't even turn up. Only some of them turn up. And I'll have more respect for them if they turn up. I actually listened to one on another show, and to be honest with you, it's just all excuses for me. And I'm not going to start saying I need to be balanced anymore, because I'm sorry, this fan base needs to stop being balanced. Because
do you know what, though, Alex? I feel like we haven't had a lot of Ange fans on this evening.
Well, listen. I've listened to them. I've heard a lot of them talking, and I haven't spoken because I've been proven right. It's funny when I heard Darren talking, and I'm not going to have a go at him, but I remember him having a go at me, saying, "Oh, this guy's waffling," and now he's saying the same thing I'm saying. Oh, okay, so I was right all along then. So you should listen to me all that time then, isn't it? But the point is, though, yeah,
I think though. Alex, I think though Ange Postecoglou actually mentioned you the other day in the press conference. I think he called you Mr. Hindsight rather than Mr. Box Office.
Oh, Mr. Hindsight, yeah, Mr. Well, the thing is though, Chris, it's funny that because I'm seem to be always right. That's the thing. I seem to be always right. Right? It's the same thing about
you surely don't want to be right though about losing.
Well, listen, Chris. They need to prove it to me. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I'm not here in Disneyland here. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I'm done with this. Like, listen to me, yeah? I'm done. I was done a long time ago. I'm doing other stuff. I'm doing other stuff while I've been watching the games now. I don't care anymore. You know what I mean? I did a show on Monday, and I had nothing else to say because I've said what I needed to say. I've said it on your show. Yeah. I've said it on your show. I've said it a long time ago. So I don't need to say anymore. I've been proved right. And even if he wins Europa League, I want him out, because the same scenario we have this season with Europa League will be in the Champions League, and we're going to have the same excuses saying we can't train. We'll have the same injuries. And the thing is, though, the thing that summed it all up, right? After Manchester, before Man United, right, when we had all that time to prepare for it, right, he had the time to change things, right, because he knew there were certain problems that he had over the season when he had 2 games a week, right? What do we do against Manchester United? We go back to Ange ball. We go back to the tactics. So we're always running. We're always doing the same thing. So he ain't changing it. Either the players are deciding to change it or someone's had a word. It ain't him. And I've got on good authority, right, that he's telling the coaches what to do, and he ain't changing. And the thing is, though, when I'm seeing players not improving, and don't talk to me about Berval, because Berval is just doing okay. It's the only reason why we're overhyping Berval and Archie Gray, because we've been so crap this season. And they're young, and they're busy. That's all they are. They'd have some good moments. I'm sorry, I've seen more from Wharton for Crystal Palace. You know what I mean? But we don't overhype him, don't we? I don't see any of the Chelsea youngsters getting, and I get abuse. I got abuse when I went on one show, yeah, because I don't see what the fuss is about Bergvall, and this sums up this fan base. I'm sorry, Chris, but I'm being honest with you, bro. I'm being honest with you. You know what I mean? I'm being honest with you, and I'm sick and tired of hearing people telling me be positive. I'm sorry. What is that all about? I'm not being funny. Right,
Alex,
just because I don't see something different to other people, just because I don't see what other people are saying, just because I'm real, right? Just because I'm real, right? Doesn't mean I'm not. Doesn't mean I'm not the other side. Just because on camera right now, when I've got the bottle to say what I need to say for how many years now, Chris? Again, this is not having a go at you, Chris and Craig. Don't need to associate yourself with what I'm saying. This is my opinion now, bro. You know what I mean? But I'm here to just say how it is,
and that's what you're very welcome on here to do. To give your opinion. That's no problem.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying. I'm saying that it's not like Mr. Motivator. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, yeah, right. Aaron just had the chance, more than 18 months to prove me wrong. He hasn't proved me wrong. We got fifth because we have one game a week, and I'll tell you what for a fact, yeah. Everyone moans about Newcastle, yeah, right? Newcastle have problems, yeah, but because Eddie Howe is a proper coach, right? Is clever, right? He deserves everything he got on Sunday. Deserved everything he got. I was jealous after that because I sat there and thought, that's a proper manager. That's a proper coach, right? And yeah, we could beat Frankfurt because you know what? I've watched Frankfurt's last couple of games and they're up and down as well. But they should score goals as well.
Are you going to the game?
No, I'm not going to. I don't go to games anymore, Chris. I ain't got the money for it, bro. I told you that last time, innit? I told you that last time because I've got to make choices now,
Alex.
Because I don't enjoy the. I don't enjoy the football. I've seen what I need to see already, and that's it. So,
as you've mentioned a number of times on this stream and previous ones about being right about when things go wrong, I'd like you to predict what's going to happen from now until the start of next season. Who do you think will be Spurs manager next season? And how do you think it's going to pan out in the Premier League and in the Europa League? What are your thoughts?
At the moment, I've got no idea at the moment. I've got no idea. I think at the moment is that the Europa League's a lottery at the moment for me. I think I think teams should be able to find us out because I think Alkmaar was so lucky, to be honest with you. Even though the third goal was very good, to be honest with you, it was a good goal. But like there was just, I'll be honest with you, if Alkmaar had anything about them up front, they would have won that game easily. I've got no idea about the Europa League. I think we should. I don't think we're going to win it, in my opinion, because I think any decent team who've got a good rounded coach should be able to find us out easily, especially defensively. And our midfield is just absolutely goddamn useless. I will say this as well, just to segue, because I hear a lot of people now targeting Basuma, which is funny because now Basuma's now come up. Now Angie's now criticising. Did the same thing with Werner, by the way, who I don't like Werner. Don't like Timo Werner whatsoever. I think Timo Werner should be out the door, like Richarlison. But it's just, I don't think the tactics are helping any of these players at the moment. I don't think you can judge any of these players with these tactics, to be honest with you. Yeah, certain players need to be out the door. Absolutely, 100%. There's no doubt about it, but I don't think the tactics are helping you. I don't think it's helping Maddison. And if any of those good players, like your Maddisons, your Basumas, if they have anything about them, they're saying, you know what, bye-bye, I can do better than this. I can go somewhere else. You know what I mean? Romero, no excuses. I want him out the door. Get money for him. Get the money for him. You know what I mean? You can get better defenders. I think Danzo's a better defender than him. You know what I mean? I think Davis is, unfortunately, after his injury, he hasn't been good. But he has, up to that point, before his injury, he was our best defender. Let's be honest here. You know what I mean? Let's be honest with ourselves. You know what I mean? Because we were all saying this. So let's not go and backtrack on that one. You know what I mean? And Vicario, to be honest with you, has been our saviour this season. But to answer the question, I think the league's done. League's done for me. I think there's going to be more losses. And I think we're not going to get over. I don't think we can get over 10 home wins, Chris, isn't it, this season? I think, which is going to be the worst in the last 15 years. I think it is. So again, that's another method that which we've broken.
Our form has been bad, but the home form has been particularly bad. Yeah,
it's been really bad. And so it's just for me personally. I just think it's just, you know, that's just where I'm at the moment. I just don't see any problem. And I think to answer your question, I've got no idea what we're going to do with this manager now, to be honest with you, even though I know what I want to happen, because I don't think, even though, and I know there's been rumblings on Pochettino and stuff, and I just think it's quite, I think he's always put the feelers out, and you know, we're the ones that rejected him, so I don't see that happening anytime soon, to be honest with you, and he's in America. But to answer it, I don't know if he's going to be out the door. I don't know. I've got no idea. There's a lot of mixed reports at the moment. For me, it's not even about trophies anymore, Chris. It's not even about trophies anymore. What is for me is that why can we not get a coach, right, to get us to a certain level and then carry it on? You know what I mean? Because we're obviously not going to get to the higher levels of winning Premier Leagues or anything like that. We're not going to do that. You know what I mean? We know why. I'm not going to go on about that because Winston repeated that subject how many times. But it's just to get to a certain level, right? Doing what the Brightons are doing. Do
you know what, Alex? Touching on what you just said there, Craig and I said this to each other on the phone earlier, and previous weeks as well. It's like some of these podcasts, you could literally play it, and you're like, oh yeah, that was the same a couple of years ago. It was the same 3-4 years ago, and the thing that I'm getting really frustrated and bored of is the fact that we have gone round in circles. We've got the same problems. Transfer windows are pretty similar, although I do think that we had a good first transfer window under Postecoglou, but that was needed after Harry Kane went. It just seems to be the same subjects that I am a little bit bored of. And I know you come on here and saying, well, I told you so. I told you what this was going to be like, etc., etc. I know a lot of people like to be glass half full. They like to feel positive about things. They like to believe that things are going to go in the right direction. But again, we have seen, we've come up to a stumbling block again because we haven't got ready-made players to walk into this squad, make the squad better, move up that league table, go far in cup competitions, etc., etc. And Postecoglou's had a lot of injury problems. Of course, we haven't had the squad depth. It just seems to be, a little bit boring when you're talking about the same subjects again and again. I get your frustration. I'm frustrated as well. I think that we all say it in different ways, but we're all, as Spurs fans, extremely frustrated in many, many different ways. I know a lot of people are trying to be positive, saying that Spurs could and will go on to win the Europa League. It's going to be a very, very hard task. In football, you never, ever know what happens. We could go and play every single Europa League game out of our skin, and we could be a fantastic team. And then we go and play in the Premier League and be an awful team. We've been very up and down, very inconsistent. You don't know what you're going to get with Tottenham. So who knows what's going to happen? Who knows how it's going to pan out? Should we sack the manager now? Should we sack the manager in the summer? We're going to go round the circles again and again and again. And I tell you, I think a lot of people are just really bored and frustrated with it.
Listen, you summed it up perfectly. Don't get used to it, though, Chris. You saying that, but the fact is, it's like, I think, listen, you're saying exactly the same thing I've been saying. I'm getting bored as well. And one thing I will say, and this might be a positive coming out of my mouth about this manager, if he does win Europa League, he's the best man. He's the most successful manager in the last 2 decades.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I still want him out, but factually, right? And I will be celebrating because you don't, George Graham won a trophy, and you're telling me that people like George Graham. You know what I mean? But he would be the most successful manager of the last 2 decades. So this is what's at stake here at the moment. I think Ange knows this at the moment. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it's just for me at the moment, it's not that I'm Chris. I don't think I'm actually angry at the moment. It's not that I'm sounding angry because you see, I'm just telling you what I'm saying at the moment. I'm just.
I've seen an angrier version of you. I've seen an angrier version of you.
Exactly.
And
I don't think.
I can feel your frustration. We feel exactly the same.
Yeah, no, I'm not even that. This is really actually me being actually calm. I'm actually not that bad, to be honest. Yeah. I'm done. I don't even care anymore. So that's the thing. But yeah,
Alex,
for me at the moment,
who ultimately is to blame for this mess we're in again?
Obviously, I think the owners have to take a blame, because the thing is though, ultimately they've got lucky with 3 managers that have been successful at this club. Obviously, again, I do apologise to the people that I'm repeating myself who've listened to me before: Martin Jol, Redknapp, and Pochettino. Right. The thing where I'm annoyed with the ownership at the moment. Right. Why is it Southampton were able to find Pochettino and do research on him and get him in, and then he become a success? Why is it Brentford were able to find Thomas Frank? Right. Why is it Bournemouth of all teams, right, who had Eddie Howe, right, were able to do research on Areola, bring him in, and he's the coach that we've been missing for the coach that's improved players. And we know what sort of coach we need. They are more suited to, because we know we're not going to get top players. We need players that are going to be able to, they need to improve on individually, right? It's clear to me Ange doesn't improve players, right? And he only improves the team, right? He only works on his system, and you've got to work in this system. What we need is a manager that is going to improve players individually and adapt to the players that he has got, right? So when you've got a Maddison, you don't play him in centre midfield where he has to come deep, right? Okay? You don't play Basuma in the number 6 role, expecting him to be defender when he's always going forward, right? You don't play Berval with other youngsters, right? When he's going to come forward, you need somebody experienced next to him to just calm him down. You know what I mean? It's all these things that I'm seeing that a coach would identify, and these players are not that bad. They are not that bad that they are 15th, right? I'm not even expecting us to be like top 4. All I'm expecting is a reasonable position, because these players are no worse than Bournemouth, Brentford, Crystal Palace. We are not worse than these players are not worse than any of these teams, but they seem to get the best out of their players. Oliver Glasner has had lots of problems, but he seems to get the best out of his players. So, yes, the ownership have got a lot to say. Yes, 110%. And the reasons for it, because of the things that they've not done with the directors and what they've done with the managers, because they're excuses for me, because other teams and the way that Newcastle dealt with what they've dealt with and got over the line with the trophy, it's embarrassing Tottenham have not done this. And we've been in the Premier League for how long now? I'll leave it there, because obviously other people need to have their say, and that's it, because my 5 minutes is up, in it. And you know what a 5 minutes, the box office TV. Hopefully I did. Listen, Chris, I do put. Thank you for having me on, and it's always lovely to see you, Craig, as well. But it'd be nice to be on the show with you again. And like I say, take care of yourselves. Anyway, I don't want to take too much of your time. Anyway, yeah. If you have any more questions for me, anyway.
Alex, thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Take care. Right, bye.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Do you know what, Craig? Alex makes some valid points there, and I've said, and we've spoken privately about this as well, that Ange Postecoglou should be getting more from some of these players, and the fact that he has come out and said so many times this season, regardless of injuries or not, we are not at the level that we should be, and performances should be a lot better. We have still got so many guests to talk to. We're going to go now to Steve in the Czech Republic. Steve, great to have you here, and great to meet you in person last week at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. How are you?
Yeah, hi guys, both of you.
That's Steve.
It was great to catch up with you two at the game. It was
Yeah.
at least it was a winning game, so it was perfect. I really enjoyed the experience and enjoyed the win, and yeah, so I'm doing fine. Well, I was doing fine until the Fulham game.
Steve, let's start with the positives, I suppose.
Right.
You know, we met you last week at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It was your first trip to the new ground.
Yeah.
How did you find it? Did you like it? Of course, you saw a win against AZ Alkmaar. That was a good night, and you know, through to the quarterfinals. How was your trip, and how are you feeling about the next round?
Yeah, the trip was fine. It's quite an easy, flight over from Prague. It's pretty quick, and then Gatwick Express, through to the centre of London, and then it's the Victoria line. Blah blah blah. I met up with a friend of mine who goes to most home games, so he knew where we were going, and we went to a little pub across the road before the game. I was happily surprised at the prices, to be honest, because I'm aware in England when I go over, I don't, go to football grounds that much. So the prices in the stadium were cheaper than I was expecting. At I think it's about £5 a pint or whatever it was. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It was amazing. It's an amazing stadium. I thought the fans were up for it from the beginning. It was a really good atmosphere, and I think that helped the team a lot. And also, as everyone was suggesting, that if we got the first goal, it would set the tone and for the fans, because if we'd gone down, then maybe the booing had started, or it would have been a different tone. So I really enjoyed the whole experience. Yeah, I thought it was well organised. The whole thing was well organised and reasonably priced, as far as I was concerned. So yeah.
So Steve, obviously great to see you last week, and a
you too.
Good trip over for yourself, which was good. It was worthwhile coming over. Getting back to present day, what did you make of that Fulham game at the weekend? Where did you see the?
Can't we stay with the positives?
Yeah, can we just talk about the drinks and the stadium? That's it. Yeah, talk about that for 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, not even that. I don't know any positives out of that. I just thought Bergwall played brilliantly again. That's about it. The positives. Now, as soon as I saw the lineup, I was getting texts by this friend of mine and other friends, and we're all saying we're not going to score with that lineup. We're just not going to score, and also question marks about Basuma, because he's not been playing well this season. Let's face it. So there were no surprises really. But what I will say is, in Ange's defence, is that I thought that Solanke had at least two good chances. Again, the one where he side-footed it over the bar was okay. I had to make a quick reaction, but that's what a centre forward does. He's a big lad. He had two headers. I think the first one should have maybe done better with it. A second one as well. He's a little bit disappointing with the finishing. We could have he could have scored one or two. I think like someone else was saying earlier on, he's a workhorse. He does put in a lot of hard work, gets about, closes people down, but his job is to put the ball in the net. Maybe it's a case we have been spoilt over the last X number of years when we had Harry Kane, because I believe that Harry would have scored at least one of those chances. So we are creating some chances, and that's been a lot of the problem with a lot of games when we've lost or even drawn. We haven't been taking our chances. Again, it's the front three that lack a little bit of self-confidence. That was my take on the Fulham game. I think other incidences. I think it would have been a soft penalty on Bergwall, but we've seen them given. The second one later on, so
we can't blame that though, Steve, can we?
You can't. I'm just clutching at straws here. I'm just
unless it's a really defining moment in the game where, it's it is what it is. It's football, isn't it? It's
Yeah, the thing is, because people are putting most of the blame on Ange. So the guy was just saying just now that the team are good enough. But I'll tell you what, in that first half, the amount of misplaced passes, simple passes from so many players, it was
yeah,
not going to throw things at the TV, but it was from
it weren't good enough.
The wing backs, from Udogie misplacing and other players misplacing the ball far too often or going on a break. And unfortunately, a couple of times it was Sonny, but he's only human. But, that final ball, if it had been played half decently or reached a player, we could have been in a scoring position, and it just wasn't happening.
You can understand the fans' frustration, though, Steve, can't you? When, like you mentioned, all of those misplaced passes, because a lot of fans, in the away end, they were like, "What are they doing all week? What are they doing all week in training when they can't even pass the ball?" The most simple pass.
Yeah, that's right. That's it. It's not as if it's we're losing it under difficult circumstances. We're being highly pressed. We're actually passing the ball amongst ourselves. Obviously, it's already been mentioned, but Basuma was horrendous with his passing, getting dispossessed. Even Bentancur, I used to be a much bigger, let's say, fan of Bentancur, but he was dawdling on the ball 2 or 3 times and getting tackled from behind. But none of his teammates are shouting, man on. He's just getting dispossessed. He was running around. He didn't play that well. Romero. He let them know he was there, though. At least we had a bit of bite in the team. There's a couple of tackles he did, that sliding tackle, and took somebody out almost. So there's a bit more bite in the defensive side of things. But going forward, it's not forward. It's backwards and sideways far too often. And the breaks, when we break, we don't sort of take advantage when we get a turnover and start to go forward. And you start thinking, "Oh, here we go," and then it just breaks down. It's that final ball, and I think it was one stage. I forget who it was. We got to break down the left. I can't remember who had the ball now. It's been such a long time. But Solanke was so tired he couldn't get up the field. Whoever it is, do you remember he had the ball on the left side? It might have been Spence because he swapped sides, didn't he? And he had no one to pass to. There was no one in front of him. There was no one upfield. It wasn't Sonny. So Sonny was behind the guy as well. I think it came from a corner or a free kick, and we got a break. And that was really disappointing. That there was nothing on. And so the players stopped and turned inside and played it back again. And I think that's it happens far too often with us. I don't know what the reasons are behind it.
I thought you were going to mention the incident actually when Tell actually beat a couple of players, did really well, put himself in a really good position and couldn't quite find Dominic Solanke in the middle. I suppose, Steve, it's exactly what I said earlier about someone like Tell. A great player, a great prospect for the future. But now you need those ready-made players to, get you climb up that Premier League table and trying to be competitive to lift trophies, etc. I know some people probably will think that statement's quite negative, but you've got to be realistic in the season that we've had. I know we're still in the Europa League and we're all trying to, pin all of our hopes and dreams on lifting that trophy. But, in the final third, I feel like actually, since Postecoglou took over, he mentioned it so many times in those first few months of him being in charge, saying that there's so much more to come in the final third. And I don't feel like we've seen that so much more to come in the final third. I don't feel like we've seen it. I feel like we're still waiting. We talk about Ange ball. When it works, it's fantastic. But we should have scored so many more goals in this team. We've been so wasteful.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, very disappointing that it didn't sort of come to fruition, that we started to do better in the final third. I'm just not a big fan of Johnson at all. Like somebody said, he does 10%. Okay, he puts the ball in the back of the net, but I can't actually stomach watching him jog back. I think I was talking to Barnaby and he was saying, well, he's probably been told to do that. I can't imagine that. You can't have wingers who hug the touchline and wait for a ball at the far post. I mean, he does odd bits and pieces, but even when he gets the ball, there's no excitement. Not like, it's the old days, like with Lennon. When Lennon got the ball down that wing, you thought something's going to happen. Whoever it was, the wingers we've had in the past generally, get the ball into the middle. They're not even managing to do that.
But whether we like it or not, Steve, I think the majority of the time the players are playing how the manager is asking them what to do and how to play.
Yeah, that is the bottom line. That's what we've come to understand, because it's quite not understandable the way they play at times. And Johnson, he strolls back. I mean, I wouldn't even do that in a working men's league, not in the first half anyway. As a winger, I would chase back if you have to chase back, and he doesn't seem. Like you say, he seems to have been told that he doesn't have to chase back. Well, bloody hell, he doesn't do hardly anything in the game when he gets the ball. So, I thought when he came to the club, he was supposed to be a pacey winger. I haven't seen him take anyone on for about 4 months. He's got to start taking people on and get to the byline. Yeah?
No, I do agree. Steve, going back to, we've talked about Mauricio Pochettino on this chat quite a lot, actually. We as Chris said, his name always comes up. That 16-17 season, at this stage of the season, do you want to have a guess? Bearing in mind, at the moment, after 29 games, we've got 34 points. How many points do you reckon we had after 29 games in that 16-17 season?
God, it's going to be depressing now, isn't it? The comparison
might be. It was 62. So we're 28 points behind that point. So, and I know that was our best points tally in the Premier League that season. So I'm perhaps being a bit unfair, but have we progressed at all since Pochettino left the club?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because under him we played some of the best football we've seen for many a year. Very, attacking, dynamic football. We were always up for it. We were feared and by a lot of teams, but also revered by fans who like watching us play now, because we get hammered or we play open football. So there's a lot of attacking football. But in those days, we were playing attacking football, but actually winning. We were playing the Spurs way, but we were producing some amazing results and some lovely football. It was extremely good side. It's difficult to compare, I think.
I remember going into every single game under Pochettino thinking we're going to win today. Every single time. No matter who we played, home or away, I always thought, how, Craig, we always talk about that fear of, we're playing Arsenal away, or we're playing Chelsea away. Even under Pochettino, I was always like, we haven't won there in so many years, but we're going to win today. Yeah, always had that attitude.
Yeah, that's right. And now it's like, doesn't matter who we play. It's like, are we gonna mess this up? It's Ipswich.
We've won 10 games this season. 10 games we've won in the Premier League. It's just not good enough. At the end of the day, when you look cold, hard facts, that's facts. You can't dispute facts. Facts and feelings, as Alex said, it's true.
And I agree with what you said, Chris, about why did he feel the need to give people a run out? It's like, we're doing so well, we can give someone a run out.
Yeah.
Like you said, Bissouma himself is playing in an international, and some of the other players. Yeah. But we needed the points, because the fans are paying their money to watch the game. They don't want to watch that dross. It's the embarrassment as well as the result and the lack of points. It doesn't help at all for the future, does it?
That did tickle me, that same when he said he needed a run out. It's it makes you. We're talking about park football again. It's like Fred from the Dog and Duck come over and I'll give him a run out sort of thing. I know he didn't mean it like that, but it did tickle me.
It's like, I used to play in the working men's league. Yeah, it was very similar.
But Steve, now we've worked out that you're a winger. We know that Craig's a centre forward, so you're going to be whipping the balls into Craig to head home. We've got to get some sort of charity game going with the Spurs chat regulars.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Come over for that.
See, they're up for it. I was only joking, and you two are like, yeah.
I know.
The Czech international, Steve. We got a couple of people from New York, a couple of people from Cleveland, a couple of people from Canada. We got them all over the world. We'll have an international 11, Australians, everything. Yeah,
that'd be great.
Right, we'll start putting the team together. Steve, thanks so much as always for coming on, and we'll talk to you again soon.
No, thanks for having me, Chris and Craig. Enjoy the rest of the evening. I must go.
Cheers, Steve. Right. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
See you, mate. Bye.
So we're getting this team together now. Who's going to be our next? We need a centre back. Who's going to play centre back? Will Michael be any good at centre back? Michael, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, you're right.
Michael, how are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan?
I'm not going to lie and say that I'm not frustrated. I really want to be Ange in. I really want to be. And I think I still am, but I'm definitely teetering. I think it's hard not to like him as a person. He doesn't seem beneath us. I think he gets angry at the right things. Getting angry at the fans. I know that like when Son went on trying to score that goal at Man City at the end of last season, and he got angry at the fans. He's trying to change the mentality. Trying to change us into a winning mentality. And that takes time, and that takes a strong personality. And I think he has that. There was a moment, I think it was the Elfsborg game when Dragusin got injured, and there was like a ball that was like kicked out of bounds and it went towards him. And he like stuck his leg out towards it and faked an injury. And he was like joking with the staff.
Yeah.
Can you picture Conte and Mourinho doing that? They were so self-serious. They were so into, they are the answer. They are the perfect coach. And we are the problem. And Ange isn't like that. And I think that's what we need right now. And we need to stick with him at least until the end of the season, regardless of what happens, in my opinion.
Would you get rid at the end of the season though, Michael? Or you sound like an Ange fan by what you're saying?
I mean, it ultimately depends on what we do in the Europa League. If we win that, there's no way that we can get rid of him. Like the first trophy in whatever 20 years, like that. I don't think we can get rid of him. And to be honest, like, can't you see the future? You see all of this young talent: Bergvall, Archie Gray, Sarr, who has moments of absolute brilliance, Udogie, Van de Ven. I know Decky had this, like, he came out of the season so hot and he's like cooled off a little bit and now he's coming back from an injury. But with like Decky, Spencer, Odegaard, like all those young kids, so much talent, if they start to gel and mend together, I just think that could be magical. And we've seen it in bits and spurs, and it's been inconsistent and it's been all over the place. But when we see it, when we go score 4 at the Etihad, that I know they're having a rough season too, but like that doesn't happen very often.
Michael, I don't know how long or how long you've listened to this channel. I try to be a very positive Spurs fan, but at the same time, be very realistic about things. Now, I get all of the good moments we've had under Ange, and I don't know if you heard on the show already that I suppose I've lost a little bit of faith in Ange, since that Fulham game, because when I look at the Premier League table, 14th in the league table, 15 league defeats. We've got some very tough games coming up. 7 changes. He's made a lot of changes in a lot of games. People give him a lot of excuses and said, well, when we made 10 changes at Fulham last season in the League Cup, we were out of the League Cup in the August, which is just unheard of for Tottenham. Fair enough, we haven't won trophies in such a long time, but to go out of a cup competition in August, 10 changes, that really disappointed me. But then, we went on that winning run that Craig likes to mention all the time, that 10-game unbeaten run, sitting top of the Premier League table. The excitement was really up again, especially after, the types of football that we had under Jose Mourinho, Antonio Conte. But the bottom line is, yes, we can sit here and say, yes, it's a rebuild. Yes, it's exciting about the young players taking opportunities, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, making 7 changes going into the international break, I can't really defend that. I can't sit here and be positive about that, saying, oh, I see what Andrew's trying to do here, because I don't. And then saying the same old stuff in the press conferences about not at the level that we should be. And like Steve mentioned, the previous caller saying about the misplaced passes, there's no excuse for that. It doesn't matter what players you have, whether it's youth players, development players, first team players, fringe players, whatever you want to call them. I just feel like there are a lot of things at the moment going against Ange. And also, I don't think he is doing himself any favours. I don't know how all of us would react, to getting abused. But, you are a Premier League manager. I think you've got to conduct yourself in a certain manner and respect fans' opinions, whatever. And the amount of times Ange has come out and said that he loves criticism. And it also seems to me, and being very fair and balanced on this, whenever he's received criticism from a journalist, from a fan, whoever, he doesn't like it. I know a lot of us, it's human nature that we don't like criticism, but you are a Premier League club. You're representing Spurs, and we're meant to be on this amazing journey where everyone's meant to be united. I feel like the fan base isn't united at the moment. Would you agree with whatever I've said there?
I totally agree that the fan base is not united, but I also would say that when he gets that criticism, he rarely, if ever, throws his players under the bus. Now, I cannot defend Timo Werner. He should have never been back at the team this year. So, some players do deserve it, but he very rarely says, it's not me. I'm telling them the right things to do. He defends his players, and he always talks about, we need to do more in training. We need to get more in training. And I appreciate that. And if the
but that's another thing. I do feel like he's contradicted himself a number of times as well, because he blatantly come out and said that he would never criticise his players. He did that with Timo Werner. Whether we agree with it or not, and I think me and you completely agree on that, Timo Werner was awful that evening, and he's been awful this season. We all expected a lot more. But to say that about Bissouma on Sunday, I think surprised a few people. Is it right for him to come out and publicly criticize players as well? Because I feel like as soon as a manager does that, I don't feel like they have long left.
Yeah, it's beginning in the end. It's been with every manager. And I don't know, Bissouma's had a weird year. He had that thing where he posted a video of him. I forget if he was smoking or he had a gun or something.
The balloon.
But something that he shouldn't have been doing. And Ange came out and defended him. And then he was out skiing. And I think players should be allowed to ski. I'm from Colorado. I have to say that players can be allowed to ski. I want them to come visit me. But he's defended them at every turn. And at a certain point, I don't want to defend him in doing that. I think he maybe shouldn't have said that about Bissouma. But Bissouma's been trying, and he's definitely had a couple of situations where he maybe deserved it. I just think that Ange has the personality that if we can stick with it, it might work out. Now, if we go out against Frankfurt and we finish 14th, I think we got to find someone new. But I think finding someone new with 5 games left in the season, with 8 games left in the season, isn't going to do anything. And I love Ryan Mason, but he's not the answer. And I don't think having another disjointed end of the season is going to do anything. Would I love to see Areola? Sure. But I can't see why he would come. I just think when we were at our best, I can see the free-flowing, attack-minded, genuinely beautiful football that not every team can pull together. And we've had those moments. They've just been so far and few between.
Do you think Ange Postecoglou is almost at a loss as to why this isn't working, Michael? Because he must be at that point, because it's worked everywhere else he's been. So what's different at Tottenham? What makes us different?
It's the hardest league in the world, but it's also one of the hardest years in one of the hardest leagues in the world. Who would have pegged Forest in 3rd and Bournemouth doing what they're doing and Brighton having the season that they had with some 30-year-old manager? I don't think anyone had this type of season. I can't imagine. He must be at a loss, because what doesn't make sense to me is the players still seem very behind him. We'll see what happens with Biss after this and if he's still behind it, but the players always seem like we're behind Ange. If he goes, I'm going, and they seem very united behind the philosophy. And if we can't string passes together, is that something that Ange is doing? I don't I can't rationalize why we look so disjointed sometimes, but when we do, it doesn't feel like it's a Ange thing. It feels like it's a players thing, and maybe we're exhausted. I know we've had such a terribly injury-ridden season, but that doesn't, like, us not being able to play a pass forward doesn't seem like something that Ange is doing.
Do you know what I say about being realistic, Michael? I think that the whole narrative about injuries, etc. I get it. We've had a lot of injuries, but then a lot of Premier League clubs have had a lot of injuries as well. We're not the only club to have injuries. So I don't know how, like, we can keep using that same old narrative, as I said, and Andrew said a number of times, when all of our players come back, we're going to be an outstanding team. And when I think back as well, like a year ago, Andrew was saying, you know, I'm not interested in fourth, third, second. I want to be number one. We haven't heard that lately. We haven't heard the players. We haven't heard the fans sing Ange Postecoglou's name for. I can't even remember the last time. It's been such a long time now. But I just feel, and it's really sad to see this as well. The fact that every week I just feel like Ange is losing Spurs fans, and I don't know. I think it's only going to end in one way, and I feel like a lot of us are saying, "Yeah, but we're still in the Europa League." It's gone from, "Yeah, but we're still in all the cups. We're still in the FA Cup, the League Cup, and then the Europa League." And then it was like, "Oh, we're still in the FA Cup for a couple of days," and then it was out of that as well. And now it's like, "Oh, we're still in the Europa League." I really hope that it works out for Ange, because, like I've said in the last couple of podcasts, I feel like there are a lot of fans out there that actually can't wait for it to all go wrong and say, "Told ya." And I get the fact that Ange turned around and said about Mr. Hindsight, and that's why I mentioned it earlier. I get the frustration there. But at the same time, you have to deliver in some of these Premier League games. The performances must be better. The points tally must be better. The amount of defeats in the Premier League, that is just unacceptable. And Ange has used that word himself. You know, it's not just me saying it or a number of fans moaning about it. He said it himself.
No, it is unacceptable. And I don't want to sit here and say, like, "Oh, we've just been the unluckiest team," because that's, I mean, like you said, every team has injuries. Every team has dealt with this. And look at Bournemouth. They've had just as bad an injury crisis as we did, and no one would have pegged them to be, I forget where they are now, we're like 8th, 9th, but still no one would have pegged them for that at this point in the season.
Yeah. King Hoddle writes here, and I've heard this a few times actually. Chris, they're only just returning; they are not back. I get that, but again, the performances, no matter what players you put in, you know, some of the games that we've played, you know, with fringe players or whatever, you know, they've been good enough teams to be putting in better performances. And that is what my real question is at the moment, why we're not getting those performances with players that are fit. And then, of course, you've got players that were available, you know, from the development setup, who have done very well in the development team, you know, last year and so on, and they weren't chosen under Ange. And you know, some of those players were upset by those decisions. Alfred Dorrington being one of them. He's now gone off on loan. So I feel like Ange has had players there.
Yeah, you could see it with Pirate against Azad. Like, he wanted to prove a point against us. He had something to say, and I'm glad that he ultimately didn't say it. But like, he was pissed. But do you think that's Ange is why we're not getting those performances? Is it something with the players? Like, I'm honestly at a loss. And I feel like that's what a lot of Spurs fans are. We're just at a loss, and it's utterly confusing because we should just not be this bad.
It will only ever come back on the manager, Michael. That's the bottom line. It will only ever come back on the manager. And like we've said so often on this stream so far, is that, you know, when he started his job, you know, look at those first 10 games. You know, fair enough, there are a lot of very intelligent Premier League managers who are stopping Ange ball, so to speak. But we played a certain way. We were exciting. The ball was constantly being moved forward, and that is not the case anymore. Whether we've got our players back or not, that is not the case. We seem to be playing very differently, and that is a shame. You know, that's probably why we're in the position we are.
And if that's why the players are behind him, then if that's why the players are behind him and they all want to play that style of football, then why, when the youngsters are in, are we not doing that? Or why are we not giving our youngsters more of a chance? Like, all the kids that came on at the end of the Elfsborg game, and then we scored 3 goals in the last few minutes. Like, okay, if they can show that they can do it at that stage, give them a chance in the Premier League. I mean, like, we've got nothing else to lose at this point.
Michael, last question for you. So on that point, and I mentioned this to Craig actually in the last couple of days, like some of those players who've done extremely well, and one real positive this season is the amount of young players that have stepped in when we've had so many injuries, because Ange literally has had no choice. All of them, you know, you've got to say every single one of them have grabbed their opportunity. Some of those players must be extremely disappointed. Like Ajayi, for instance, came on, scored a great goal. He's probably never going to play another minute this season.
I don't get it. I don't understand that, especially now. Like, if the Premier League is a wash, we're not going down, and at most we're finishing 12th, 11th. Give these kids a chance rather than putting out the same exhausted players. It doesn't make sense. And there's definitely something that's like not connecting. I just don't think that there's a better answer than Ange until the end of the season. And we got to give him the full credit of like what might happen. What if we end the year in a final, maybe, dare I say, a trophy, but who knows? Like, I'm not counting my eggs before they hatch. But like, and then maybe with 5 players, 10 plus goals, that no one would say that that's a bad season. Can I share one quick story?
Sure.
I'm driving in the car. We're listening to the end of the AZ Alkmaar game, and I'm driving my daughter to her doctor's appointment, and I'm listening to it in my ear so she can listen to the radio. And I'm like going nuts. It's like the last few minutes. She turns to me and she goes, "Go Daddy's team." And I'm like, "Oh, thanks for cheering for us." And she goes, "Yeah, your team never gets to win." I was like, 5-year-old sage right here. How do you know how to cut to the core of me?
Michael, does she own a Spurs shirt yet?
She does, except it doesn't fit her anymore, so I got to get her a new one. Yeah, we had one when she was an infant. Yeah.
Michael, you've been a great guest. Thank you so much for coming on, and I'd love to have you on the Spurs Chat podcast very soon if you're up for it. So we'll be in touch.
Sounds good. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Cheers,
thanks,
Michael.
guys.
Craig, I've got to say at this point as well that I don't want to get on the bandwagon of just criticising Ange Postecoglou, because I've said on previous podcasts, certainly in the last couple of weeks, and certainly when we beat AZ Alkmaar at home to go through to the quarterfinals, that I don't believe that Ange gets enough credit when we do win games, because people are just so quick to get on the bandwagon of, oh, this isn't going to work, it's not going to work, blah, blah, blah. So just to add a bit of balance there, because I know Ange has probably been bashed quite a lot on this stream so far by everyone. But, you know, we've said all season and last year that we've wanted it to work. We do want it to work for him. But, you know, at the moment, we're going through difficult times yet again. We're now going to go to Stu. Stu, good evening. How are you?
Bloody hell, get me the rope and bucket, to be honest.
Everyone, and someone mentioned this earlier, everyone has come on here, and before they've started talking, everyone's gone,
yeah, it's not just, and that's not even where we are in football terms. It's, I don't know, I'm getting depressed by the way that we're talking about things. And of course, I understand that we should be frustrated, you know, where we are in the table this season. But I do think we have to take a step back. And I think, you know, we're looking for naming rights for our stadium. I think the Aquarium or the Goldfish Bowl would be a cracking name, because the short memories is a little bit shocking. We have to realize, like, where we've come from. You know, we've talked about this before, you know, the lack of winning anything under any managers over the past couple of decades. If you look at the 2 managers that have won trophies for us in the Premier League era, who were they? George Graham and Juan de Ramos, who both had absolutely appalling, you know, win records, worse than Ange's, by the way. I love Poch. I don't want to see Poch back, I'm afraid. I still remember, okay, he wasn't backed. But if you're going to bring him because he wasn't backed, then I still think Ange has not been backed. You could point to, you know, amount of pounds spent, but that's not really looking at the picture as you should. Look at the type of players that we've brought in, the average age. The average age of our signings, I think, has been around 19. You can't tell me that you're expecting a manager to come in and do things immediately, even in 3 years with players that young. Like, you need to be given 4-5 years to make something of that young, a recruitment process. I don't know where to start, to be honest with you. I do want to come with a little stat for Simone, who was on a long time ago, I know, who asked Ange the set pieces question. Question for Chris and Craig, just quickly. How many teams do you think have conceded less set piece goals this season? Have a guess.
You're gonna say that we've got a really good record on set pieces this season, aren't you?
I'm gonna say the facts. I'm not gonna say whether it's good or bad. But how many? Okay, I'll just answer it. 4 teams have conceded less set piece goals this season. I hear all the time, oh, Ange doesn't coach the team, Ange doesn't improve anything, doesn't know how to manage. But last season, people were going at him with axe and every weapon they could about our set piece record. It has demonstrably improved this season. We're also around mid-table in set piece goal scores.
I'll be honest, Stu. I've not got the issue with set pieces. I've got the issue of us just carelessly giving the ball away in front of our own box. That's the problem for me.
I agree. Look, I'm not here to defend Ange blindly. There are things that we can say, those are mistakes or those are things that need to be improved upon. But I do think for some reason, I think it's just because people don't like the way he kind of backs himself and the way he talks about what he wants to do. People beat him with a stick with every single kind of flaw. But you look at managers across the board, there's no one that you can't point at, okay, this should be better, that should be better. You look at Arsenal, who have consistently been in the top 2 the past few seasons now. But, Arteta is still, getting a good tune out of them. But he
do you know what, Stu? Justin writes here, who cares about set pieces? Just win. And it's funny because at the start of this season, when Arsenal was scoring, so many set piece goals, even some of their fan base was saying, "Oh, we don't want to just score set pieces. We want to score other goals." It's like, how can you moan about what types of goals you score? You just want to win matches.
Of course you do. Of course you do. My point was, I wanted to come with a statistic that Ange has been beaten upon. Of course, I'm not saying set piece is the be all end all. I don't want to be a set piece goal club, particularly. But I just wanted to point at something that hasn't been mentioned at all this season because we have improved in that area. So it was just an isolated example of something that he's done well. But I take your point. I still think the injury record this season, I don't think it's an excuse. I think it's a valid reason. And okay, you can point at someone like Bournemouth who have had a lot of injuries as well. I think if you look at it side by side and look at the players that have been out, I don't think they're as key players as the ones that we've had out. Arsenal have had a lot of injuries this season, but they have a squad that is just incomparable to ours. You look at their strength and depth, particularly in defence. We've had to use an 18-year-old midfielder at centre-back more often than not this season. And I'm sorry, there's no excuse for that. There's no excuse to be given that kind of squad where that's necessary. Whether you think Ange has caused the injuries or not, I don't particularly buy that. I mean, he definitely has injuries with the style of play, but it's above and beyond what we've ever seen with any high pressing manager. You look at the likes of Klopp. I mean, Poch was had a very intense style of play, and we didn't see those kind of managers. I just want to say, I'm really disappointed with the way that a section of Spurs fans talk about our manager and players, like people calling him a fraud, a con man, a clown, like these kind of words. I'm so tired of that. I think I honestly do think, and I hate to use the word toxic, I'm just trying to think of another word because it's such a overused term, but I think we have the most negative, fickle fan base out there. Newcastle have been through relegation. They've been through very difficult seasons, over the past couple of decades in the same amount of time that, we've been struggling. and I go on other fan forums. Sometimes it's to check out, like, you know, what they're saying about players that we're interested in, or just because I kind of like seeing what other fan bases say. And I've never seen the vitriol and disrespect that a significant section of our fans have towards our players and manager when things go wrong. And let's have it right. You know, we haven't won anything for 20 years. If you're laying it on Postecoglou, you've got to lay it on all the other managers that haven't won. Okay, he's doing worse in the league this season, but come on, he's only in his second season. He did turn a team that finished the season before 8th in the league under Conte. Yeah, he went from there to 5th, having lost Kane, having very few experienced or world-class players. Do you think right now, we have a world-class player in our in our squad?
No.
Just a question for you guys.
No, we haven't.
Chris?
Do you know what? This is a subject that Craig and I spoke about privately a couple of days ago, and I asked the question of, whenever you go to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium or away games and you think so-and-so is going to really turn it on today and you're going to get off the edge of the seat and all of that. And we've had so many players over the years that you've got off your seat and you've been so excited about seeing, and you think that they're going to score a goal and they're going to whip a ball in and we're going to, you know, we're going to see something magical. I don't feel like that at the moment. And, you know, Ange always says about Romero, about World Cup winner. I feel like since his injury, he's come back and we've seen a different player. And I feel like that with Vicario as well. But to actually say world class, and I feel like that is an overused term as well. But world class for me is where you could literally get into Real Madrid's team, or you could get into one of the best 5 or 10 teams in Europe or the world. That's world class for me.
Yeah.
And would any of these players? Son in the past, absolutely, but Son this season, no. Romero, the way that you know, I've heard people say before, saying Christian Romero playing for Real Madrid, are you having a laugh? But you know, on Romero's day, he can be a fantastic defender. You know, on paper, when you look at Romero van der Ven, that should be a defence that no one gets past, and we, you know, should be very, very difficult to score against. But when you look at the opening game of the season for us, Leicester away, Romero's fault for the goal. I feel like Romero has been at fault for a number of goals this season. But like I said, you know, the last couple of games, I feel like we've seen that aggressive Romero again, which I love to see. But no, in answer to your question, you know, world-class players, and that is an issue for me, Stu. And I say this every transfer window: show some ambition, go out there, sign some ready-made players. And you probably heard me say, you know, 1,000 times about the last signing, and this is a big issue for me as well. The last signing that I genuinely was like, oh my God, you know, we have signed Jurgen Klinsmann, you know, back in 1994. And yes, there have been some very impressive signings over the years, but none that get me like really excited going, oh my God, we've signed them.
Maybe Van der Vaart.
We've had some good players. Van der Vaart was fantastic. You know, one of my favourites. You know, when I talk about flair players, when I talk about exciting players, you know, players like David Ginola, of course, you know, Sheringham back in the day was one of those players. You know, Gareth Bale. We've had so many, you know, exciting players, but we need to be there again. We need to have this team, you know, with a couple of stars in it, where you know, Maddison should be one of those players for me. When we signed Maddison, I was like, excellent. You know, I wasn't like oh my God, we've signed him, but I was like, you know, pretty thrilled with it and thinking, yes, you know, we've signed a really decent player here, but he needs to be consistent. He needs to give a lot more. But I feel like that is a problem, and we need to get back to that. And also, if I'm completely honest about it, when I hear Ange saying about, you know, don't really like or don't really sign, you know, top stars, top talent, and, you know, player, you know, he wants to sign players for the future, etc. I think that bothers me a little bit, because you know, we all want to see top players at our football club.
Yeah, I think he is an idealist in many ways, and I think he definitely wants to build that team. Okay, is that a little bit innocent or naive in the Premier League? Yeah, perhaps, but maybe, you know, we don't know what discussions he's had behind the scenes with Levy. Maybe Levy has been saying to him, "Look, I'm going to give you time, even if things go up shit creek for a little while. Maybe he is look at the average age of the players that we're signing. He is signing players for the next few years. I just want to hark back a little bit to Poch and, like, you know, the players that he had under his managerial reign. You know, you look at Prime Kane, Prime Sonny, Dele, Ericsson, Dembele, Wanyama, Jan, Toby, Carl Walker, Trippier, Lloris when he was before, you know, kind of past his peak, and obviously Vincent Janssen. You know, so he had some outstanding players. And how many of our team would get in that team? I'm struggling. You know, Mickey. Past that, I'm not sure, honestly. So I do think you have to look at the tools that someone's been given to do a job when you're criticizing them. And he has things that we should be criticizing him about. You know, we are still too open at the back, but I feel like if we manage to get, you know, a proper defensive midfielder in, I think that does help us a lot. When Van der Ven and Romero start, sorry to come out with this stat again, but we are averaging 2 points a game when they start together. You know, when he has the players at his disposal, we are a lot better. Have we had some bad losses? Yeah, of course. He's only in the second season of what has to be a total overhaul of how we've been playing. Look at the football we were playing under Conte and Mourinho. Look at the players that have left or are past their peak or just aren't good enough. And Maddison is a great example. I was really excited with him as well. And obviously he had a great start with us. But when the going gets tough, Madders gets going, unfortunately. And we do have too many of those players. We need more personalities. And we have that coming through. You look at Bergvall, you look at Gray, Vicario. We've talked about this before. We do have some of those either younger or newer players that have been signed with the right mentality. Personally, I love the fact that Tell has only just got here and he's asking fans to come on, like, stick together and showing something. Like, I love that. People have been criticizing him for that. I can't believe it.
Do you know what? Andrew has joked about it in the press conferences a couple of times, stating that he probably won't be the manager to get the real benefits of a lot of these youngsters in the future when they're at their real prime. And that is probably sadly true.
I remain an eternal optimist. You know, you can call me deluded, happy clapper. You got to be a realist as well. I've got a new job title now, Vice President of Happy Clappers Limited. I was CEO of Ange Cult Inc., but I've been moved on. I have to be optimistic, otherwise I'm just going to be constantly depressed. That doesn't mean I don't see the things that we need to improve and that Ange and the team can do better. I do just want to say, because, you know, I'm sure you'll want to speak to some others as well. The amount of individual errors and soft errors that have led to our goals this season is I can't remember anything like it. And I will say that you could at least say, okay, the system that we're playing puts more pressure on players. I agree with that. It's a high risk, high reward system. But I'm sorry, if you can't pass the ball from A to B, if you can't pick out a player, you know, with a relatively simple pass, if you can't look around you and be aware of your surroundings, those are not things that you can just put on the manager alone. Like, you can't keep saying it's always the manager. He has to take responsibility, but so do the players. And I still feel like that's not talked about enough. I think Ange is getting all the stick, and I don't think that's fair. Should he be criticised for things? Yeah, of course. But I think he's getting way too much stick, and I think the disrespect thrown at him is horrible. Like the words that are being used against him, I've got no time for it. And I think, you know, look at yourself in the mirror when you're calling someone a clown or a con man or a fraud who's won more in the game than a lot of managers will in their whole career. You can talk about the level, but he has turned teams around. Rangers were 25 points ahead of Celtic the season before he took over. And then, you know, look at what he did with them. So look, the guy's not a mug, and I love his attitude personally. I don't mind that he's a bit combative. Okay, he should probably rein it in and not take the fans on. But I understand it. It must be so difficult to hold back when you're being abused.
Yeah. Stu, Very quick question for you. Last question. Will Ange Postecoglou be our manager next season? Yes or no?
Yes.
Fair enough.
I'm going to finish with a smile and hopefully pass on positive vibes to the next guest. Guys, I love what you do always. And I love you always are respectful to people no matter what they come with. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Stu. You've been a great guest as always. We'll talk to you soon.
Cheers guys.
Bye.
Yeah, but that is one thing I want to say actually, Craig, because we do not ever agree with any abuse, and we've received abuse ourselves. Just having opinions on here, talking to Spurs fans about certain subjects, players, managers, the board, etc. We're never all going to agree on things, but ultimately, as Spurs fans, we all want the same thing. We all have the same goal. We want to see Spurs down that high road lifting trophies, and we want to be successful. But certainly don't go down the abusive route. That is certainly not what we want to see. Let's go to Jim over in the US. Jim, great to have you here with us. How are you?
I'm doing good at the moment. Been disappointed in Spurs lately, but I'm trying to stay as positive as possible because, frankly, I'm getting really tired of a lot of the negativity that some of the fans have. I think it's an emotional reaction, not a logical reaction. And although things are definitely not going well, and I'm certainly not happy with the way they've been going, for Christ's sake, it's not that bad. I mean, I would like to speak a little bit in defense of a couple of people who have taken criticism from some of the fans, starting with Christian Romero. I mean, if anybody really paid attention to that Fulham game, you would see several times where Raul Jimenez tries to dribble past him and Christian Romero says, no, you don't. And he stopped him. That's something we've been missing. You know what? The rumors that Real Madrid are interested in him. In my opinion, if there's a player on your team that Real Madrid is interested in, that's a player that you really want to keep if you can. And I've heard nothing from Romero himself that suggests he wants to leave. All that is just rumors. Probably some of them started by his agent to try to get him a contract extension with a big raise. But think Gareth Bale, think Luka Modric. If Real Madrid really wants one of our players, it's probably a player we should keep. And if anything, has not been stubborn enough. He's taken some of the criticism to heart, and he has tried to defend a little deeper, tried to keep at least one of the two fullbacks a little further back. And all he gets for it is a lot of abuse and a lot of the same old story that Ange is too stubborn. No, he's not too stubborn. He's perhaps been not stubborn enough. Perhaps he should have been sticking to his guns more and playing more of that front foot football all along. And Bissouma, yeah, he's been disappointing, but it's not lack of effort. I see him out there working his butt off. He just hasn't been very good. You know what I do see a lot of out there? Lack of confidence. I see players who are scared to pull the trigger on a shot. I've seen players who are scared to attempt a cross. I've seen players reluctant to try to thread that pass into a dangerous area. I've seen players reluctant to try to take on their defender and beat them one-on-one. That's lack of confidence. That's not tactics or strategy. That's something that needs to be built, and part of building that is getting behind the players instead of hurling lots of criticism and abuse at them, even though some of them, do deserve it. I, in the past, stuck up for Timo Werner, and he has disappointed the hell out of me and everyone else. But we got to build. The idea is building a team.
Yeah. Jim, where are the leaders in this team at the moment, though?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where are the leaders in this team? In our squad?
Son is a quiet leader. You don't see everything he does, but sometimes you occasionally get a glimpse of him, like in the tunnel or dressing room or off the side field, talking to a player or two. So he is a leader. He's just more of a quiet style leader. You know who I think is going to be a big future leader? Lucas Bergvall. I have seen him, talk to people like Romero, like Madison, like even Son Johnson, everyone. He is always there encouraging, suggesting. He is probably going to be a future team captain. And Madison, let me talk about Madison for just a minute here. If everyone on our team would get on the ball and try to make things happen the way Madison gets on the ball and tries to make things happen, we'd be a lot better off right now. So he is a team leader. When you look at the players' faces when they come out of the tunnel, you guys ever do that? Just see what kind of facial expression they have when they're coming out of the tunnel?
Yeah.
Madison looks like the kind of guy who says, yeah, I'm here to play. We're going to do well today. And everyone else looks like sort of like...
I feel, though, Jim, that James Madison comes out the tunnel thinking and looking like he's prime Maradona, but we don't see him playing like it.
He plays better when his minutes are managed. That's why I didn't mind leaving him out of the lineup so much against Fulham, because when you manage his minutes, when he's not playing 90 every game, he actually does a bit better, because when he gets in there, he does work hard and try to make things happen.
Sorry. So, Jim, where do you see what future do you see for Ange Postecoglou? Do you think the club are going to stick with him until whatever happens in the Europa? Do you see him staying until the end of the season? Do you see him here next season? What do you think the future holds for Postecoglou, and is it dependent on success?
Well, if it were up to me, I would give him at least until the end of the season. It's not up to me. If he wins Europa League, hell yes, he'll be back next season, or else, there's going to be a lot of people like me who are upset because, hey, this is a guy who finally won us something and you want to get rid of him? No, if he wins Europa League, he's back next season. If he doesn't win Europa League, then alas, I think he's gone. And it's a shame because, when's the last time we had a manager that had like more than 2 full seasons? I think it was Pochettino. And,
it was. Yeah.
Jim, I know you said that you don't like the negativity, and funny enough, I've just checked my inbox here, and I've had a number of emails come in during the stream. A number of people stating that they don't like the negativity that has been on this channel or on this stream this evening. But at the same point, you've got to be realistic, and there is an expectation within the Spurs fan base of you've got to show passion, you've got to win a certain amount of games. When people look at the league table and see 15 league defeats, we've got 9 games to go, so that figure could be more. And we've rightly said and factually stated that Ange Postecoglou has also called it unacceptable. There is a level of expectation within the fan base that you've got to do a lot better than we've done this year.
And I agree wholeheartedly. I agree that we need to do better. We should do better. And Ange is 100% right on correct when he says we're not playing at the level we need to be playing at. It's nothing but truth. Why should we expect him to lie about it? But placing it all on Postecoglou is unrealistic and unfair. Some of it is indeed his fault, and he should indeed own his share of that. But then again, the players need to own their share of it. The management needs to own their share of it. The Spurs medical team needs to own their share of it. There's plenty of blame to go around, but when you point it all at one person, that's called scapegoating. And it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help us win more games. It just makes people feel more emotional satisfaction.
Sorry. Jim, last question for you.
Okay.
I'm thinking about what one to ask because I've asked so many people this same question, but no, I'm going to change it.
Okay.
Will Spurs sign ready now players this summer? Do you think the club's going to change direction and for once buy us ready-made players? or do you think it's going to be a continued procession of youngsters?
It's a good question. It's a fair question. And you're asking the guy who thinks, wait a minute, Dominic Solanke was a ready-made player. He scored a bunch of goals. He's had a lot of Premier League experience. He was ready-made. He was one of the top strikers available, and we went and got him. Then I will point out that Archie Gray and Lucas Bergvall could end up being two of the best signings Spurs have ever made. That's how good their future is, I think. So I don't want to stop them from getting the best young players they can get. What they'll do this summer, I don't know. The only thing I do know is I hope that Levy says, okay, this is how much you got to spend, and then he stays completely out of any decisions on who we recruit. Let the people who know what they're doing recruit the players. That's what I'm hoping for.
We can but hope.
Jim, thank you so much for your input yet again. It's great having you on the channel so regularly, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chris.
Cheers, Jim. Thank you.
Cheers, Jim. See you again.
Craig, we said this is going to be a 2-hour show. We're 3 hours 20 in. We've still got a number of guests to talk to. We're going to go to Des. Des, evening. How are you?
Evening, guys. Yeah, doing well. Doing well. Yourselves?
Hi, Des.
All good, Des. All good. Des, how are you feeling right now as a Spurs fan?
Absolutely fed up with the excuses. I mean, I've tried to be positive up until last week, but Sunday was just fed up with the excuses, fed up with the nonsense, and fed up with people copping out and saying, let's just stick with this guy to the end of the season. It's clearly not working. Let's be honest, it's clearly not working. You can see it's not. The players say that they're playing for him. Where's the evidence? You know, you look at Fulham, you look at Crystal Palace, look at some of those games. It's absolutely dire to watch. It's no matter who plays, whether we've got injuries or not, some of the games are just so flat. The Man City game for 45 minutes, absolutely flat against a City team who have been average by their own standards this season. And then second half, we did create a few chances, but as always, just didn't take them. And I look at the team and I keep looking at Son and Bentancur because I don't know why, but I've got this thing in my mind that there's a division in that dressing room, and it's something to do with what happened at the start of the season with those two guys. And I keep looking to see when they score. Do they actually celebrate together? Do they go over to each other? I don't know, but there's just something not right. And maybe it's not Ange. Maybe there genuinely is a split in the dressing room, like the way there allegedly was 5 or 6 years ago with the whole Christian Eriksen thing. Was it who was the other player? There was supposed to be a split in the dressing room. I think it was Jan Vertonghen. There was rumours of a split at that time. If you remember, it came to a head in the 7-2 game against Bayern Munich. So, but yeah, there's just something doesn't look right on the pitch. You can see that it's just not.
Would you ever Ange out then? Are you Ange out now, Des? Listening to you,
I would say because of the result of the weekend and they absolutely, to be honest, I only watched it later on. I watched as much as I could of it. I think it was just absolutely dire. I didn't watch it live, but it was just awful. It was flat again. We couldn't string passes together. Players looked like they were alien to each other. They didn't look like they played for the same team or the same club. It was just, and you could even see that players who have been phenomenal over the last few weeks, like Jed Spence and the likes, a few mistakes started to creep in. Is that sort of lack of confidence running through the squad? Don't know.
Des,
so yeah.
Mm-hmm. How did you feel when Ange Postecoglou came in? Because let's face it, let's be really brutally honest about it. Ange Postecoglou did not come in to a football club that was happy and rosy. So where we are now, are we in a better position? Are we in a worse position? Are we just in the same position? Where do you stand on it?
I would say we're in a worse position, aren't we, realistically? When was the last time we've been, I think actually at the end of the Pochettino era, we were 14th in the table, but that was 9-10 games into a season. We haven't, I think, under Ramos was the last time that we finished in the bottom half of the table, and he won a cup that season. So, you know, if that happens again, which I very much doubt, but if it happens, people like me are going to have egg on their face and look stupid. But, you know, a frightening statistic for me is if you look after the Chelsea game last season, we lost 4-1. I think I posted it earlier. We have, I think we've taken something like 75 points from 171 available. That's not good. Is it realistic? It's not acceptable. We should be at least hitting, you know, 90 or 100, not 75.
Yeah, so there's look. Let's try and pick it up a bit. What positives are we taking from this season? Because this has been quite a negative podcast. Chris, you're right. It has, but the thing is,
Craig, you're almost lost the words.
I am because it's kind of, you know, we talk about going round and round in circles. It's like everybody's saying the same thing.
I don't know what people expect, Craig. You're saying that it's been a negative podcast, but people have come on. Right. They're given their feelings. They've given their thoughts. What can we do? We can't sit here and just talk about positives because we'll be called happy clappers. Sometimes we have to say it how it is. We all feel we all feel the pain. We're all feeling it. It's funny, Des, because when you come on, it's been joked all night saying that people have been sighing all night, you know, when they come on, and someone just said no sigh, just pure depression from you, and I suppose that's how we all feel at the moment. We're pretty depressed and we're pretty down about the situation, and of course we've got the international break, and our next game is Chelsea away, and how many times do we win away there? And it's not being negative, that's facts.
Yeah,
that is facts.
We'll have to face it, and this is why I think, you know, Hans is a nice guy and he has great ideas, but they're not realistic in the Premier League. When you watch it, it's not realistic to think, you know, where teams like Ipswich who came, they were phenomenal. They just played the low block against, and once you play the low block against Hans ball, you can see the players really struggle with it because they don't know how to deal with it. And I just think this is an ideal moment. You know, there's a 2-week break. There's 3.5 weeks until that Europa League game. That's enough time to try and get somebody in. You know, they talk about no one being out there. You have people like Zidane who, you know, he might not come. He might just he might prefer to hold out for the France job. Sorry, my AirPods just come out. AirPod even. He might want to hold out for the France job. You've got, you know, Xavi Hernandez. I mean, is anybody telling me that Xavi Hernandez would at least consider an offer from Spurs? He's been out of work for 10 months. You know, he's not a phenomenally successful manager. He won a few trophies at a massive club, Barcelona. Is anybody telling me that these kind of people want to come? And anybody who thinks that that's being negative, I don't. I think as fans we have to be positive, and we have to, if we see something that's not right, we'll have to call it out and say it's time for change, and that's positive. People who bury their head in the sands and say, "Oh, let's just stick with Hans to the end of the season," that's negative, because that's kind of sticking with that whole the Tottenham way thing. Let's stick with Hans wants to play the Tottenham way. It's achieved nothing so far, but a positive note. You know, Bergvall, phenomenal this season. Jed Spence, who everybody had virtually written off, you know, he went to Leeds and he was an absolute disaster at Leeds. People had written him off, and Ange, in fairness, Ange seems to, and he's always the first player to the defence of Ange. And there's lots of positives for Vicario. You know, if you look last season, conceding lots of goals from corners and stuff, Vicario seems to have kind of turned the corner on that now. He seems to be better in the 6-yard box, you know, and he's such a positive player. I've watched him so many times this season when we concede a goal, go straight out to the player who's maybe been at fault and put his arm around him and say, "Come on, let's get back, let's get going again," especially with the young players. So Vicario is such a positive for the team, and you can see he does make a difference when he plays.
Des, last question for you. Who's been Spurs player of the season so far?
It's hard to choose one, isn't it? I would say probably Bergvall or Archie Gray, simply because of how young they are, and they've come in and they've got on with the job without any fuss, without being the big name superstars that moan about stuff. They're just two young kids have come in and basically become pivotal to the team. They've come in and showed leadership skills. And again, Bergvall is another player. When something goes wrong, he just picks himself up and gets on with it. He doesn't, feel sorry for himself or walk about with his head down. He gets I'd say one of those two. Absolutely phenomenal for their age.
Good. Yeah, I'd have said Kulu, but yeah, can't agree. Can't disagree.
Kulu's been superb, and again, another fantastic player. We need to get him back and fit, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Des, thank you so much. Des, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
And we'll talk to you soon. Cheers.
See you later. All the best.
Thanks, Des.
Right, we're now going to go to Null in Ireland. Null, how are you?
Not great, Chris. Very interesting. I've been listening now for about an hour and a half, and some very, very, very different views. Hard to be positive. We were talking a few weeks ago, and we talked about, the importance of the next 3 games. And I think actually, we're still in the Europa League, which is the positive. I thought the worst performance, was even worse than Fulham, was against Bournemouth. We were very, very lucky. I think actually we got a fluke of a goal from Sarr. But I thought actually the defending against Bournemouth and, the space that we give them, and we made Bournemouth look a very, very good team, is what they are. But I'm looking at the league table, and we've lost 15 games this season. And looking at the teams that have beaten us, Newcastle, Fulham, people like that, there's a common thread. The teams that beat us, they're big, strong, physical teams. I think actually, if I was a manager, and I would say, look at guys, it's only Tottenham we're playing. I would go back to the Alex Ferguson, psychological, because we cannot cope. We cannot cope with the physicality. I said this to you before. We're actually too nice. The team is gentle. People. We get bullied. We get hassled. We get horsed out of games. Players pull out of challenges. Players actually, lose the ball, and again we come back to mistakes. It's everybody. It seems to be an epidemic running through the club. And it's a depressing scenario. On the positive side, we are still in the Europa League. The previous caller there, I don't see what would be achieved by getting rid of Ange now. I think he will get to the end of the season, and I think he'll have some credit in the bank if he wins the Europa Cup. If he wins the Europa League, he possibly will stay. If he doesn't, certainly gone. But if he starts next season and the same trend continues, I think he'd be the first manager out. So lots of, Craig, you asked me a few weeks ago, and you named the people who would be at Spurs next season, and I've actually a couple of weeks ago I was saying that Postecoglou would be there. I'm not so sure now, and I think Fulham was very, very depressing, because I think that was a game that Fulham were there for the taking. They weren't fantastic. They were good. They were well organised. But again, a common thread. They were big, strong, physical team, and we couldn't cope with them. We were out-muscled. Even our old player scored against us. The next Gareth Bale, and he comes back to haunt us. So lots of. How are you feeling, Chris? I mean, you've been listening to lots of negativity. I always try to be positive, so I think the positivity is that he will be there till the end of the season. I don't see any point in getting rid now.
No, that's exactly where I was going to go, actually, because you mentioned there you've been listening to a show for the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
Who have you agreed with this evening, and who have you disagreed with? What? Because we've had a lot of interesting points. I know you listen to the podcast on a regular basis. You're regular here on the channel. But from what you've heard tonight, who do you agree with? Who do you disagree with?
Well, there's certain points I would agree with. There's some people, some very nice guys there, who were very complimentary about Ange, and I don't like to see anybody getting abused. You said it yourself. that nobody likes to be criticized. If somebody comes up to you and says you're an idiot, it's very hard to take, no matter in what walk of life you're at,
I'll get worse than that, but yeah, I know what you mean.
I doubt it, Chris. I don't think so. But, Ange, I think actually, Ange, he started last season. Sorry, go back to the original point. One of them actually, somebody mentioned about Solanke, not being a prolific goal scorer. I don't think anybody at the style of play we're playing at the moment, anybody could score goals. Now, okay, he had a couple of chances, last week against Fulham, and I think the one actually didn't realise that he had so much time, and I think he could have taken that ball down with a clever touch and slid the ball in. But other than that, Chris, the guy has been starved. He's having to come into midfield to try and get the ball. The Ange system seems to have changed because it seems to have gone very, very negative. Once we get the ball, there's nobody driving forward in midfield. I was watching Newcastle on Sunday. They're not the best team in the world, but by God, they hassle Liverpool. Liverpool's supposed to be one of the best teams in the world, and guys like Dan Burn, not a fantastic player, but by God, he gives everything, and we don't have that type of player. We've no leaders. We're such a nice, friendly little team, and I think that everybody looks at us now. I looked at the league table, and I started from the top to the bottom. Everybody virtually has beaten us at this stage, and we have 9 games left. And looking at the games we've left, it's hard to see that we could pick up another 15 points. So, not a good scenario. What do you think, Craig? Am I going too dramatic here?
No. My question to you, well, a point really, and see what you think about this. I think I'm right in saying that Leicester haven't. I think it was 5 or 6 games ago. Leicester haven't picked up a single point or scored a single goal since beating us.
Absolutely.
Now, when you're losing to Leicester, when you're losing to Ipswich, it's just not good enough, regardless of injuries. And we've said it time and time again. Regardless of injuries, that isn't good enough, is it?
Absolutely not. And again, there's other teams, that have beaten us, like, Crystal Palace have beaten us, Fulham have beaten us, the list goes on and on. Bournemouth have beaten us, there's teams, I think we've beaten Brentford twice, and I think Man United and Brentford are the only teams, but everybody else virtually will take something against Tottenham this season. And, if you're looking, they say the league is your bread and butter. And, there's better managers. I mean, if Postecoglou was a Chelsea manager, do you think he'd be still here now? I doubt it. So he's had a good run, and I would love it to work out for him. I really would. But I still think, that he needs to change the style of play and get some protection in midfield. I was talking to a good friend of mine, actually, and he's a good handle on Spurs, actually, a guy called Wayne today. And he thinks the sad thing about it is, that in a couple of years' time, that Postecoglou will not be there to see, that people like Archie Gray and Bergvall and Spence thrive, and and people that I think maybe you said that, Chris, earlier on, and I think I have to agree with him. Love to see it working out for him, but the Premier League is such an unforgiving league. And these guys, any team, they can sense blood when they walk onto the field against Tottenham. They don't seem to fancy the challenge. And I think actually another point is, one thing I was disappointed at Postecoglou was, he came out and criticised Basuma. And that's not going to do the chap's confidence any good. He's fragile enough as it is. But to hear his manager criticising him and pulling him off at half-time, the top managers really don't do that. It's all done within in-house. So lots of problems, and I don't know what the answer is, but hopefully.
That's a good point, Noel. That's a good point as well, because in the same press conference, Ange said that perhaps some of these players are lacking confidence. Now, when you do criticise a player, some fans like the manager comes out and criticise players. I just always think that, whether you like it or not, it always comes back to bite you, because when you start criticising players, I just feel like it's on the decline. It's a downfall. I just don't ever see that as a positive thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. The really great managers, you never saw the really great managers do that. It's okay behind closed doors what goes on. Another point somebody mentioned actually earlier on, that there seems to be divisions within the dressing room. I didn't pick that up. I haven't picked it up this season, but possibly.
Don't agree with that.
What? You
I
don't agree with it?
that.
No. Okay. Well, I don't know. I didn't pick it up. I never knew. I didn't think that was the case. I thought the players were fairly well united. But I think actually there's been lots of issues. You know, we haven't had a strongest team, and that is a factor. It's not the only answer, but you know, if we could get Van der Ven back fit totally. I mean, this 2 weeks, I'm sure he's not away on international duty. Don't tell me he's away, is he?
No, he's not. No.
No, that's good.
He's at Hotspur Way, and Ange Postecoglou has actually given the players a couple of days off to have a little bit of a break, so then they'll be back.
I think they need it. You know, go away and enjoy themselves, and maybe have a few beers. Maybe that's not a bit loud to be saying, but I'm sure one or two of them will. Is Romero away?
Yeah.
That worries me. That worries me a lot. I mean, that guy, I don't know where are they playing? Is he away in Argentina, obviously?
Yeah, pictures have been posted already, Noel, today of Romero in the Argentina camp with a huge smile on his face.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. But I mean, Romero away in Argentina, and then we're playing Chelsea in 10 days' time.
I think they're playing Uruguay. Is it Uruguay and Brazil or something like that? I think Brazil's been mentioned. So yeah,
he'll definitely come back injured. So I think you're not going to see Romero. You know, I can't believe that he'd be traveling and come back and be able to play against Chelsea. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know. It's probably, if Danso is fit, he'll probably step in, or maybe it'll be Archie Gray and Van der Ven. But you know, we talked again, Chris, a few weeks ago. The midfield seems to be a major issue. Can't seem to get a settled midfield. You know, Bazoum is in and out. Bentancur is in and out. Bergvall is a fantastic young player. Again, he's the only one that drives forward, and but you know, sometimes runs into a wee bit of blind alleys. But I think that kid's got great potential, and will come good. You know, he's not the total answer yet, but you know, he's played a lot of games where you wouldn't expect it to. And I seen today, actually, I know I don't want to keep you any longer. I see today actually that Northern Ireland have called in Jamie Donnelly from Leighton Orient, and I would think there's a player for next season. So if you know, we should be looking at some of the players you mentioned. Was it Alfie Darrington?
Yeah.
Is he a centre half? Is he?
Yeah. Aberdeen at the moment on loan. Yeah.
At the moment, those are players that should be integrated next season, and I think. You know, whoever is the manager next season will have a massive job to do in pre-season. And I think that the team that we have now, the team that takes the first game in August, it will be completely different. And
well, that's a perfect last question for you, Noel. Yeah. Is Ange Postecoglou going to be the man that leads us into that first game next season?
I'd love to say yes, Craig, but I'll answer it this way. If he wins the Europa League, probably yes. And if he doesn't, sadly, no.
Well, I'm going to phrase it quite a little bit differently. Is Ange Postecoglou going to lead Spurs into the first Europa League quarter-final against Frankfurt?
Lead before it?
Lead us into that game?
Yes.
Okay.
We play. Did you not think so? No.
No. Do you know what I said on the last episode of Tottenham News that I put out last night? That nothing would surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if Spurs sacked Ange Postecoglou today, tomorrow, next week, in a week's time, in the summer, at the start of next season. Nothing would surprise me anymore, because when you've seen the fact that Antonio Conte got the sack after stating what he did, we were fourth in the Premier League at that point. Jose Mourinho, 6 days before a final. Pochettino, what he did, you know, more than enough credit in the bank, got the sack. Nothing would surprise me anymore. And I don't mean to be negative. That is just a realistic answer. You know, who knows what we can expect, but in answer to your previous point, Spurs are next in action on the 3rd of April, which is in 16 days' time. So those players at Hotspur Way have got time to have a couple of days off that Ange Postecoglou has given them. You know, work hard. You know, players like Richarlison should be fit and ready and available. You know, we need to see a lot more from him from now to the end of the season. So that'd be an interesting one. But as per normal, Noel, you're always a great guest. Thank you so much for coming on, and thank you so much for all of your support on the channel
Just one thing,
So,
Chris. I would have liked to be in your centre back, but I'll have to carry the water bottle from now on. My knees are not good enough anymore. So
I forgot. No, we're meant to be putting this team together. So perhaps you can be one of the coaches.
I'll carry the magic sponge, Chris. So,
No, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again soon.
thanks, Chris. See you, Craig.
Cheers, Noel. Hello, mate.
Craig, you forgot. We're meant to be, putting this team together.
Yeah.
Where do you reckon Des would have played? I reckon Des would be a really good centre half.
He could be. I think we've got a lot of
What about box office? Where would we put him?
I think CDM. I think box
I reckon
office.
so.
Yeah.
Craig, are you all right? You don't seem to be very with it this evening. You feeling all right? You just need your bed.
No, I'm flagging, because I feel like absolute toilet this evening. But as I say, the show goes on. So, yeah.
Right. We're now going to go to New York. We've got Terry with us. Terry,
hello,
good
Terry.
evening to you. Good afternoon to you. And, of course, you were on the podcast with me on Sunday. Wow, what a podcast that was. That was a difficult one to record. But, you've had, a couple of days to reflect now. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, I mean, thanks again for having me on the pod. Again, I'm trying to look at the positives of the pod. I thought it was amazing that you had a Korean guy from the States, an Italian guy from Australia, jaw wobble, and then some guy sitting on some cold steps in West London. So I think that's a great pod there. So I know. Listen, I came out because I can't believe you guys are still. I just got home from work. I was listening in and out. I was listening on the train. Big shout out to Stu Miller. I always think he provides great insights, and I really appreciate what he said about some of the words that people say about Ange and the vitriol, which I think really is quite unnecessary. Craig, I know that you're flagging here, and I'm pretty sure you guys have covered a lot. Can I just ask you guys a couple of questions, like things that I'd love to get your impression of?
Yeah.
So the I guess the first one, I brought this up on Sunday. So hypothetically, if we were to win the Europa League, right, and we kept Ange on as manager, we bought a couple of players in the summer, would you be excited on day one going into next season? Both of you.
Just in answer to that, what I think would happen if Ange wins the Europa, I think the club would announce that he's left by mutual consent. That's what I think would happen. But if Ange was,
no, whether you like him being here or not, would you? He's here. He's here next season. Are you excited on day one?
Well, I would personally say, in the back of my mind, how can you possibly sack a manager that's won a first European trophy since 1984? That's been our most successful manager since 1984, because you'd have to say European competition is more than the FA Cup, and certainly more than the League Cup. So, I would be hopeful that but it all depends. This is what my answer is. It all depends on if he's backed with the players that we'd 100% need to challenge in the Champions League, because that is a different kettle of fish, as we all know.
Chris?
I'll tell you, Terry, if Ange Postecoglou wins the Europa League, then 100% he should be the Spurs manager next season. We haven't won a trophy in a very long time. We haven't won a European trophy for 41 years. If Ange Postecoglou got Spurs over the line, I tell you what, I think a lot of people ought to be apologising for what negative comments they have said about Ange Postecoglou, because, like I've said hundreds and thousands of times since he arrived, I really want this to work. I hate the fact that we do constantly change managers, so often. But the transfer windows must match the ambition of the fan base. It must match the ambition of the manager, because, like I said earlier, you were probably at work or on the train at this point when I said it, that he has said, particularly last season, not interested in fourth, third, second. He wants to be number one.
Which is the right attitude to have. Yeah.
We have seen win now managers come in Jose Mourinho, Antonio Conte, whether fans like them or not. I've always got on, you know, the ride with these managers to really want it to work, no matter who the manager has been. And I actually feel like, and I feel like I'm in the minority here, I actually feel like they had a bit of a rough time, Antonio Conte and Jose Mourinho. These guys are born winners. They are used to winning everywhere they've gone. I feel like Antonio Conte coming to the club, he wanted to change a lot of things. I feel like a lot of people at the club didn't like that he wanted to change things. But what do you want to do? Do you want to be a club that are not winning trophies year in, year out? Or do you want to change the mentality? Do you want to change the way that we do things? Do you want to take it seriously and just do something different in order to win? And I feel like that is why Antonio Conte went on that rant, which was 2 years today, to the day. And, you know, a lot of people said, well, Antonio Conte was right with a lot of things that he said. So I feel like if this club wants to change and be successful, we need to do things differently. Has it been done differently? You know, has there been a drastic and massive change? Probably not. I know that some of these things do take time, but the transfer windows, as I've said so often, and I'm so sick of it, and I'm sure a lot of the listeners and viewers are absolutely sick of me keep saying the same old thing, but we've got to show ambition. You've got to go in the right direction. You know, Spurs are now down to 14th in the Premier League table. Honestly, in 2025, I didn't think I'd be seeing Spurs in that position in a Premier League table. It's not good enough. We haven't been good enough in the league. Yes, we could go all the way in the Europa League. It's a lot of ifs and buts. Have I lost a bit of confidence in Ange? Yes, I have. I said that to you on Sunday, Terry. It might be a bit of a surprise to you or certain viewers, etc. But honestly, I just feel a little bit sick and tired of going around in the same circles. Things have to be different. And, you know, these guys, you know, train for Spurs, etc. Everyone wants to see just a difference. You know, show us something different. Show us something that is going to put confidence in us that we are going to mean business on the pitch. That is exactly what we all want to see. I know we've all got different opinions about Ange Postecoglou, the players, etc. But we all want to feel that energy again, that we are moving forward, going in the right direction. So in answer to your question, Ange should be the manager next season if we win the Europa League. But he must be given the players, the tools, etc., to really accelerate us moving forward, because we all want to see us challenging for the Premier League. At the moment, we are miles away from that.
Yeah, I think there would be reason to be excited, but there would also be reason to approach every game with apprehension, just like we do this year, in that we know that we're going to be open in the back. You know, we know that the playing style is going to be conducive to more injuries. So it would still be scary. I feel like it would be excitement plus a lot of apprehension there. So, all right, the second question. So Son is next year going to be Son's last year at Spurs? Craig.
Yeah. Oh, is that the question?
Yeah.
I think it probably will be, Terry. Yeah. And
sorry, I was
I'll
on
tell you
mute
what,
and I was talking to myself there, but I agree. Yeah, by the way, yeah, I think so. The same.
I'll tell you what, Terry, I've said this a lot as well over the years, that the amount of fantastic players that have been real good servants to the football club, that have left the football club without winning a trophy. I think actually Son, this one will upset me the most. If Son ends up leaving Spurs without lifting a trophy, I will be absolutely gutted. I was gutted for Harry Kane, but I think even more so would mean Son, because I know a lot of people are getting on Son's back of, you know, he gets upset and you know, looks really upset when we lose matches, and he goes in these interviews and, you know, he looks really down, and then people call him out saying, you know, not a leader, not a captain, etc. I see a lot of leadership in Son, and I just think that it'd be a massive shame if someone like him leaves the football club without winning a trophy. But I think it will be his last season next year, yeah, sadly, and he will be really missed at the football club in lots of ways. I feel like he's still got so much to give. I think his game time needs to be managed a lot better, and I think if it is managed a lot better, then I feel like we're going to get a lot more from him. But you know that he is that type of player that can just turn a game, can put one in the top corner on his day.
Yeah. I thought he was actually pretty bright when he came on against Fulham. All of his his deliveries in on the, I think he had 4 corners or 4 crosses in. I thought he looked really bright. So it's a, but yeah, it is. I agree with you guys. I do think next year is his last year. Okay, so kind of quick fire, just sell, keep, or loan. So let's start with the easy one. Basuma.
Sell.
Bentancur.
Keep.
I like Bentancur. I'll keep him. Yeah.
Manor Solomon.
I'd just sell him to Leeds because Leeds want him.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a future under And, but then again, like I said earlier, Terry, if a different manager comes in, they may have different ideas. But I think the club will end up selling him.
All right, Richarlison.
Sell.
Okay, so it's not a sell, but sign him or no? Tell.
Oh God, I'd personally want to see more of him first before I make that decision. He's not been awful, but I haven't seen enough to warrant spending what they're quoted the price for, is my opinion at the moment.
I agree with everything Craig has said, but if a different manager does end up coming in, they may want to spend £60 million on a ready-made player rather than a potential.
Okay. Then the last one, if we get a 60 million offer for Romero from Madrid, let him go?
Not for 60. Should be a lot more than that.
A lot more, really?
Yeah. I agree. I think he's got 2 years. Has he got 2 years left after in the summer?
If you're saying £60 million, Terry, it's basically swapping Tell for. It's basically like swapping Tell and giving away Romero. Is that a fair deal to you?
It's not. I'm just not 100% convinced that he's 100% Coys. Yeah, it's like it feels like he. I'm kind of in that camp. If you don't really want to be here, then I don't really want you to be on the team.
Yeah.
I think he has the potential to be world class. I would rather keep him than not. I think 60 million wouldn't be something to sniff at because I think we could throw that at someone else. So
I would personally say 80. If they give us 80, then I'd let him go, and you bring in somebody like a Gahey. But you're right. If a player don't want to be there, what are you going to do? Keep him for another year and then let him go for nothing? He's going to go Real Madrid anyway. They're sniffing around. We know what players do when Real Madrid's sniffing around. So you might as well sell him. But the price has got to be right.
Okay, real last question. If we could only sign 2 players this summer, like realistic players, like only 2, who would you sign?
I was going to say Mbappe and Kane, but that's not probably realistic, is it?
No. Come on, Craig.
Well, I think if you're going to let Romero go, you do need a decent centre half in. And I know that, apparently Spurs put this offer in for Mark Gay. That could be realistic, but reports are suggesting that he wants to move to Liverpool because, of course, Van Dijk may be on his way out in the summer. So, that could be a realistic signing if we actually put in a decent offer, exactly what Crystal Palace want. And we've got to strengthen in that final third, in my opinion. Richarlison will probably go out the door. He should go out the door this summer. So a striker. I don't know who though, Terry. That's the problem because, realistically, a lot more players will become available in the summer. So we'll probably talk about, or I know we will talk about it at length about transfers in the summer, but it'll be interesting to see who does come up. But like I keep saying about the ambition, you need to sign ready-made players. We can't keep going down this route. I'm a big fan of young players for the future, etc., but you can't keep going down this route of potential. You've got to be signing players for the now, and certainly after our league position this year.
I'd say Mbeumo, actually. He's probably achievable, Mbeumo.
Yeah. I think we've lost Terry, actually.
I think Terry's, yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for coming on, Terry, if you can still hear us.
Yeah. Some very interesting questions there. Right, we're now going to go all the way to Istanbul to go to Alchi. Alchi, sorry for keeping you waiting so long. As you know, we've been talking to so many Spurs fans with many different opinions. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, to be honest, I was really angry at the weekend. You know me. I think a lot of our club problems I firmly put at the owner's door. I think I'm really, first and foremost, anybody who wears a Spurs shirt and whoever's the manager has always got my full 100% support. I want the team to win. I want the team to succeed. I do not agree with abusing players. I do not agree with abusing managers. All right. Obviously, none of us like to lose. None of us like to see poor performances. But at the end of the day, it's our club, you know. So I think, you know, obviously everybody has a right to vent their frustration, but they've got to do it in a, you know, respectable way. I'm pretty sure Ange isn't going out there every week trying to mess up games, trying to lose games, trying to, you know, sure, even I have some question marks in my head, which I'll get to in a second. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm Spurs through and through, and I love the club, and I want whoever it is, even someone like Timo Werner, I wish he would come good. I wish he would be good, but, you know, obviously he's not one of the players that, you know, I'm scratching my head why we re-signed him this season. But again, I'll come on to that. Anyway, coming back to my original point, I think, as I've said in previous shows, I think the biggest issue for me this season is in the summer, we knew we were going to have a season where we were going to be playing literally from September until the new year. We're going to play weekend, midweek, Thursday, weekend, Thursday, weekend, Thursday, weekend. And the squad depth was nowhere near where it should have been. We brought in Solanke and Odebear. Odebear got injured pretty much immediately. So it was difficult for me, and I've been a backer of Ange, especially during that ridiculous injury crisis that we've had. I'm sorry, it's not an excuse. It is a fact. You know, when we've had at times, at best, we've had 8-9 players out, and at worst, we've had 13 players out due to mainly injuries and also suspensions as well. You cannot call that an excuse, and it really does disrupt. And we're not talking about just couple of games where players have been out. We're talking about 2 to 3 months of majority of that squad, the sort of the backbone of that squad being out, and that would disrupt any team. I mean, look at Arsenal. They've got Bukayo Saka out and a couple of other players out, and look at their results recently. So, or some of their results. So from that perspective, up until sort of February, I've fully defended Ange. I think, even Pep Guardiola would have found it hard to deal with that, and that's firmly at the doorstep of the owners. And this ownership has let down not just Ange, but other managers in the past. They've never really gone out there and have spent like, 200-300 million pounds on a single transfer window, which is probably what we needed at certain times, especially peak Poch era, where we were so close to breaking that glass ceiling, and we didn't back him. They didn't back him. So coming back to my point, but then, however, there is a however to that. Obviously, February was when we were told a lot of our injured players were going to start to come back from beginning of February, and then for some reason that there's been a delay, in my opinion, of some of our players. Now, I agree with what you're saying, Chris, in the sense that a lot of the Ange's talk before games, after games, he's talked about how they're taking it easy, they're not rushing players back. Fair enough, but we're sort of coming to the end of March, and this weekend, like literally, as many people have said, making 7 changes, when against AZ Alkmaar, I think, Son started, Odebear started, several number of players that started, including Mickey van der Ven and Romero together. And Romero played the full 90 minutes. Now, I appreciate, obviously, there's the international break, and obviously Romero did play 90 minutes, but I don't understand why you can't start Van der Ven as well with him, and give him also another 6, or maybe obviously Van der Ven only got like 60 minutes. He took him off on the 61st minute against AZ Alkmaar. So you could have started Van de Ven and maybe give him another 60, 70 minutes and give Romero 60, 70 minutes as well. It's just like I've got to say, this weekend the first team really frustrated me. Really frustrated me. And this is where I think sometimes Ange does shoot himself in the foot. Because whilst I can accept some of the things that he says, when he then, as you said, Chris, he kind of repeats the same things over and over again. And he says that, once these players come back, that they're going to push and try to improve our league position. And I don't understand, actions speak louder than words. You can't say that and then turn around and make 7 changes for me, league game that was just as important, especially before international break. You want to, because essentially momentum, you want to build momentum. It's all, on momentum. And I think, we really, especially after obviously Bournemouth, again, a lot of people were critical. And it was a disappointing result. I know Bournemouth are doing really well this season, but we were at home. And, a lot of our, again, injured players were back. And I expected us to do better. And after that, I think, the players, as well as obviously we want to go as far as we can in the Europa League, but we also want to improve our league position, which is important. It's like, our league position right now is not good enough. And yes, we all want to win the Europa League, but we also don't want to end in, in a double figure position. I think we got to push as much as we can and get up there to like 9th or 8th or as much as we can do. I think if we can make it to the final and hopefully win the Europa League and, end the season on 8th and 9th, fair enough. But I don't want to be in a position where we're, 15th, 16th at the end of the season. I think that will be a disaster. I think that's just not good enough.
I think we're going to be, Ulchi, though. I think we're going to be. I think we're going to be, mate. I think we're going to be 15th.
Yeah, I mean, well, we will if he makes these kind of decisions until the end of the season, because I don't understand. Like, there are a lot of players, especially a lot of the players coming back. Look, I do appreciate, and I think some fans don't appreciate this, but there really is such a thing as match fitness. And like some of the guys have made a comment about this. Some of our players are like, your Solankis, Solanke, for example, that chance that he missed where, first time, like if a player that's been playing non-stop for the last 3 or 4 months, who is sharp and, who's got that match fitness, will probably put that away. Whereas a player who's just come back on in the last couple of weeks is going to be a little bit rusty, is going to be a little bit all over the place. And I think that's the other thing about our squad, in the sense that we've had such a large number of our players out for the last 2-3 months, and everybody's coming back at different times, at different fitness levels, at different sharpness levels. The squad is all over the place. Like, there is no... I tell you what we do need. We probably right now, when the players came back, probably what we could have done was with another pre-season. I think that's what the whole team needs, a pre-season to get everybody at the same sort of fitness and sharpness levels. But because obviously we're coming to the back end of the season now. It's, the players, fitness and sharpness is all over the place. And so I can kind of understand some of the disjointed performances, but it's still not good enough. And I think you're not helping yourself when you are, you just had a good win at home. You've turned over, you progress in the Europa League. There should be a great positive feeling, and you take that into the next game. Don't make too many changes. All right, maybe you need to maybe you need to not risk 1 or 2 players. But he made 7 changes. I mean, come on. So that's the part that really frustrated me about Ange, but I think, I don't think even if we kind of don't progress past Frankfurt, next round, basically.
Yeah.
I think in view of the injury crisis and how this season's shaped up, I think he probably does get till the end of the season, and let's see, or probably that's what Levy's thinking. He's probably going to look at how we end the rest of the season, see the performances, and then probably make a decision on it in the summer, I would imagine.
I'll tell you what, Algi, you've covered so much there. You've saved us a job asking questions because it's brilliant. Because it's really good because you do kind of run out of questions because when you talk
It's
to so
really
many
good.
people,
It's really good, Algi, because I need a host for the next 9 games in the Premier League. Are you up for the job?
Sign me up.
And what position will you play in the Spurs Chat Podcast Dream Team?
I'd put him left back. I think I can see him as a defender. Left back. I'll put him left back. I'd put you left back if we were picking a team.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's
I'll be
it.
happy
See?
to.
No
Simple as
talent
that.
coming off here,
Algi,
Absolutely.
last question for you. The Chelsea away game in 16 days' time. What's going to happen?
We're
Do you know,
gonna
I
lose.
wouldn't be surprised if we go and get a result. It's just that kind of a season, Chris.
Yeah, we'll get a result. It'll be a loss.
Here we are, all doom and gloom, and then probably after the international break we'll come back and he'll probably play a full strength team, and then potentially, I mean, Chelsea aren't having a great season either, are they?
No.
A lot of their fans are probably missing Pochettino. I've seen a lot of criticisms that their manager this season with some of his decisions, but yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, even if we sack, let's say we get rid of Ange. At the end of the day, we've talked about this before. Unless, I mean, one of the positives, actually, I want to end on positive. And again, this has been discussed time and time again. When you think about it, if we do get 2-3 ready-made, like let's say we go and get Gay, let's say we go and get a good. Because I agree with you. I think Richarlison's done. He needs to go. I think Bissouma, I don't know why he's not working out. I mean, he was, when we signed him, he was one of the best players Brighton had, and that hasn't worked out for one way or another. Probably Bissouma needs to go. So I do think, like, I would love us to go out there and get a Cunha or a Wissa or a real finisher to supplement Solanke. I think in terms of the wings. Obviously, I'd like to see more of Odegaard, but I think he's got the potential to be a really good winger for us. But I still think, I don't know, obviously Johnson, big question marks over him. But there is, in some ways, obviously, I criticize the young, us going for all youngsters with great potential. But then, this injury crisis has kind of come as a bit of a, blessing in disguise, maybe because, again, as many people have said, Bergvall just looks fantastic, and imagine just another couple of years of experience under his belt, hopefully playing with some good players. He's going to be brilliant. Obviously Archie Gray, also what's his name, which we haven't seen in recent weeks. My brain's got, it's 2 a.m. in Turkey, by the way, so
oh wow.
Yeah, no, we're 3 hours ahead of you, so what's his name?
Where's he play?
He normally plays wing as well.
Kulusevski?
Huh?
Kulusevski?
Kulusevski on about?
No, Kulusevski. I mean, obviously we're missing Kulusevski. Mikey Moore. So he's another one. And we've got a Croatian defender coming in next season as well that we signed 2 years ago. But because he was only 16, he had to kind of stay out. So we've got actually a defender, a really highly rated young defender coming in next season. So that's going to be interesting how that's going to. Yeah. So I think in terms of promising youngsters, maybe that's what the club felt we were lacking when they brought a lot of these players in. They probably thought, look, we haven't got really anyone that we feel is there. So maybe they decided to invest in the youngsters first, and hopefully maybe this summer we're going to go out there and get 2-3 experienced ready-made stars to supplement them and bring them along. And who knows, next season could be a whole different kettle of fish. One hopes. But one way or the other, I think our ownership needs to do more. They need to back whatever manager, whether it's Ange or whether they go and get Areola or or even, I mean, I'd love to see Poch back. I mean, I'm such a Poch fan. I wanted Poch back. I was really disappointed when we went for Ange instead of Poch. But then, he had those first 10 games. I really do think there's a good manager in there. Some of the games that he plays, I think he has been unlucky with the injuries, and I think also he's a bit of a company man. I don't think Ange's not the kind of person to come out and say, well, like how Conte did, oh, this was a club signing and this is not my signing. I think whatever he's given, he tries to put a brave face on it, probably. But if you could read his head, probably he would have liked a couple of more ready-made stars last summer. So probably he says what he says. But yeah, like sometimes I don't think he does shoot himself in the foot. I agree with you there. And yeah, that's it really. Sorry again, I'm going on and on.
It's all good.
It's been a long night, Alfie. It really has.
And by the way,
thank you
guys,
so much for coming on. Always great, valid points from you, and we look forward to having you on the podcast again very soon. And hopefully things can improve, and hopefully Spurs can go far in the Europa League to try and win us a trophy this season.
I'm hopeful, Chris. I'm honestly genuinely hopeful. I think if we can stay injury free, most of these players, hopefully they come back from international duty injury free, and let's go for it. The last 9 games or whatever. I think if we can play our strongest 11, I think we've got a chance on our day. We've shown we can beat anyone, and I think we have a good chance. And hopefully, who knows, we could. I mean, if we get past Frankfurt, there's no reason why we can't go all the way and win it. On our day, we can beat anyone. We do pull these fantastic performances out of the bag, and then following week we're going to lose to a Ipswich or a Crystal Palace. But that's just us, isn't it? But also, guys, honestly, 4 hours, 4 hours going strong for you as well. So thank you so much. Fantastic show as always. And thank you so much for providing this platform for all these fans to come on and give their views. Always, you guys are fantastic. I'm a big fan, and thank you so much for the invite.
Alfie, thank you so much. And yes, we'll speak soon. Come on, you Spurs.
Yes.
See you
Come on, you
soon.
Spurs, exactly.
Right. We have now got our last guest of the evening, and that is Steve. Steve.
Hello,
Steve,
you all right?
how long have you been waiting there? Have you been here all night?
Yeah. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I have.
Oh, God.
Great show, though. Great show. So, and I just say it was really, really nice to meet you last week, Craig.
Yes, yeah, it was good to put I wouldn't say name to the face because I obviously know what you look like, but yeah, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I just turned around and there you were walking down the stairs, 62,000 seat stadium, and you're sitting within spitting distance. So it was weird, wasn't it? Yeah.
Great night though. That was a really great night.
It was. Did you hear the bloke? There was a bloke just shouting, "Come on, Tottenham! Come on, Tottenham!" It was like every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Was
it you? Was it you?
That explains it. He was doing my nutting, honestly.
No, it was such a great night though. I got to take someone to their first ever game, and they were just like buzzing afterwards. So that was always that's always good. So I said it's not always like that though when you come to Tottenham victories like that. So
no.
So yeah. Steve, obviously it was a good night on Thursday at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, beating AZ, going through to the quarterfinals. You got to meet your hero Craig as well, and then of course back down to doom and gloom on Sunday at Craven Cottage. I tell you, from feeling like you're up here, on a high, really good night at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That feel good factor was back, and then of course I'm crashing down again on Sunday in the Premier League. How would you describe this past week as a Spurs fan? Because I suppose that's what the season's been like, hasn't it? Up and down. But sitting 15th in the Premier League table, but of course we are sitting here in hope that we could go all the way in the Europa League.
Yeah, that's you just got to cling on to the hope, haven't you? I think that's what we're all hoping that we can do, is we can win that Europa League. But you just don't know with us, do you? We could. It's difficult to predict at the moment, isn't it? So, but I'm hopeful that we get past Frankfurt. Then why not?
Can I just jump in there at that comment? TSOM is fan of the channel. He's always commenting. It'd be great to get him on. Actually, it was annoying. Don't get me wrong. I love people singing and shouting. This was just annoying. It was I'll say every 30 seconds. It was like every 10 seconds, and it was like, oh my god.
Well, Craig, I think it's fair to say you are a little bit grumpy today. You are a little bit grumpy this evening because before we went live, you said you didn't feel well. I said, don't worry, we'll stick to the 2 hours. We'll do the 2 hour show, and now we're nearly 4.5 hours in. Craig, for those listening on audio, if you've made it this far, thank you so much for all of your incredible support, because that's dedication in itself. Listening to us for nearly 4.5 hours, talking to many Spurs fans around the world. But Craig is looking very tired. He hasn't started rattling the drawers as normal when he wants to go, but he does look like he needs his bed and he needs his sleep. So, Steve, we're not going to keep you for too long. Although, actually, I feel bad because you've waited here for nearly 4.5 hours to talk to us.
No, we'll get him on first next time.
You what, sorry?
We'll get you on first next time, Steve.
Cool, yeah. That'd be cool. Yeah, no, I just wanted to, I've been listening to everybody tonight. Everybody's been most of the season really divided, haven't they? Everybody's divided.
Who have you agreed with and disagreed with this evening? What points have you agreed with?
I don't agree with some people saying we need to change the manager now, because I think Des mentioned it. He said that I've got 3.5 weeks to change, to bid in a new manager. I don't believe that. For that Europa League game, because what you've got to think of now is international break. Players aren't going to be back till what, next Thursday, Friday? You've got 6 days before the Chelsea game, then you've got Southampton straight after that, and then you've got the Europa League game. So changing the manager now would just be really silly. I think we just need to ride it out, stick with him to the end of the season, and see what happens. I've always been a big Ange fan, and I'm still just about there with him at the moment. So you just got to be like.
Steve, we've got your son Joshua in the chat here saying that's my dad. Have you brought him up to be a Tottenham fan?
Oh yeah, he's Tottenham. I was there with him last week.
I was going to say, was that your son I saw you with? Yeah.
I had my son with me, my friend from over the road, and like I say, that this guy that never been to a game before, I brought him on as well. So he enjoyed himself. So. I even had my wife and my daughter say they want to go to a game at some point. So I'm trying to get them to go to the quarterfinals, but I don't think it's going to happen. But
I think your son's behind you, Steve.
No, he is. Yeah, he creeps up on me all the time. He does. But I just wanted to come on and say great show as well. So great show as always.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been really, really good to listen to you guys and everything. So. But
Steve,
at the moment,
Steve, give us some predictions from now until the end of the season. How do you think it's all going to pan out? How far will Spurs go in the Europa League? And where do you think Spurs will finish in the league table in the end?
I want to say with the Europa League final, I want to say we'll get to a final. Whether we win it or not is another matter.
We'll want to say it, but I want a realistic answer.
No, I think we'll get to the final and win it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Why not?
That's a good way to finish, isn't it? We'd all take that, wouldn't we? Come on, win a final. Christ, we wouldn't know what to do on here.
I'm not going to be so positive about the league though, because I think there's another. We lost 15 already. I think there's at least another 4 to beat in there. I hate to say it, but I think that's what's going to happen.
Well, when you look at who we've got, there's teams in there that. I don't know that much hope for, sadly.
Well,
but, you never.
Chelsea away next, isn't it? And I think we've got Wolves away, Liverpool away, and they're going to be, is that going to be the game that wins them the title? We just don't know. It could be, because it's end of April, isn't it? So they could be winning the title in that game, so they're going to be up for it, regardless. So
that's a very good point, actually. Yeah.
I think they obviously want to, because they've gone out of Champions League and obviously lost the final on Sunday. They ain't going to want to slip that up, are they? Because I think before they play again, Arsenal could be like 9 points behind or something like that. I think it was. I read the other day, 9 points behind. So yeah, they're going to want to go all out, but I don't want to slip on that. So yeah, that one's going to be a tough one. I think you could be looking at another 4-5-0. Sorry, Chris. I wouldn't bother going, Chris, to Liverpool game, mate. I'd stay at home.
Yeah. Some of these trips to some of these stadiums, over the years, you just live in hope. Live in hope. That's it's got to happen one day. It's got to change. It's got to change.
Yeah.
Steve, thanks so much for all of your incredible support on this channel. Not only appearing on it, but listening to it and sharing it, and all your comments on Facebook, etc. So thanks so much for all of your incredible support, and we'll talk to you again very soon.
Yeah, great show as always, guys. Great, go and get your bed now, mate. Go on.
Thanks, Steve. Take care.
Cheers,
Steve.
See you
later. See ya.
Craig, it has been an incredible show. Thank you so much for being a part of it, and thank you so much for putting up with us rambling on about Spurs for nearly 4.5 hours. But as per normal, we have had some great guests on, some really, really good and valid points. Of course, some we agree with, some we don't agree with. Some harsh truths in there as well. What have you made of it? Did you enjoy it? I know you're tired. I know you're grumpy. I know you want to get to bed. But just to review what some of the guys have said this evening, what did you agree and what did you disagree with this evening?
Do you know what? Funnily enough, it's weird, isn't it? You can have somebody that's got different opinions to you, but you can actually agree with what they say to a lot of things. It's really strange. And even Box Office, who's polar opposite sometimes to what me and you think, I found myself agreeing with some of what he was saying even. So I think it's just, it just shows what a mess, I suppose, we're in right now, really. Sad that we're at this point again, but hopeful of brighter days around the corner, whatever that may entail. But it would just be lovely, wouldn't it, to win a trophy and get in that Champions League? That would be absolutely mental. I mean, it's been a weird season. That would just cap it off, wouldn't it? The weirdness would just be unbelievable if we were to be able to do that. But we've got to start performing in the league to get that confidence up, in my opinion, because you can't just switch it on in cup games. You've got to have something going into them.
Well, we've got Chelsea away next in 16 days. And then a couple of days later, that's on the Thursday. And then a couple of days later on the Sunday, we play Southampton at home at the Tottenham Stadium, where you would think, Craig, dare I say, and I hope this doesn't get clipped, that, we would win that game comfortably, because Southampton have been a terrible Premier League team this season. So, the first game after the international break, Chelsea away, surely, I say surely, 7 changes at Fulham. Does Ange Postecoglou go into this game resting any players, or does he go at full strength? How do you think that he's going to play it? Because I really don't want to hear excuses of, I had to give them minutes, because we're playing Southampton 3 days later at home. Surely these games are extremely important. And at this stage as well with Postecoglou, can he afford, for his position, to lose any more matches? Because as we've said for the last 4.5 hours, and as a lot of the guests have said as well, you can't keep losing matches, especially in the fashion that we've done. And the stats don't lie. 15 Premier League defeats. You can't make it 16 on the 3rd of April.
It's an easy question to answer that. We will lose games for the rest of the season. We will lose some games. But as you say, the Southampton game, on paper at least, should be an easier fixture. But we should go full strength. Barring injuries, we should have a full strength team out against Chelsea. Then if you need to rotate against Southampton, you'd like to think that we've got the flexibility to do that without letting the results suffer. But for me, we all know our record against Chelsea, especially at Stamford Bridge. That's one game we've got to go into full strength and try and get a result, and then build on that momentum against Southampton and leading into the Europa League games. Because, as I say, you can't just switch it on. We need that momentum.
7 games in April: Chelsea away, Southampton at home, Frankfurt at home, and then 3 days later, after the Frankfurt first leg, we've got Wolves away, and then we've got the second leg on the 17th of April against Frankfurt away. That's going to be a very, very difficult game, in my opinion. And then 2 huge games in the Premier League, late April. 21st of April, Nottingham Forest at home. Nuno Espirito Santo returns. And on the 27th of April, that game that Steve just mentioned there, away at Anfield, playing Liverpool. So 7 games, Craig, in all competitions during April. That is a very busy month, particularly, you know, how we've spoken at length about injuries for the last couple of months and on this 4.5-hour show. He's got to rotate players during April. It's going to be very interesting to see how he rotates players. Of course, you would naturally think that the Frankfurt game would take priority given our league position. Got to go out all out to win the Europa League.
Yeah, 100%. But on top of that, I think we need to go full strength at Chelsea to hopefully get those players playing together. You know, if he's going to put out a full strength team against Frankfurt, then those players have got to play together. I know they do it in training every day, but they've got to play together beforehand. So for me, you go full strength against Chelsea. And as I say, try and build that momentum. And even if it's a draw at Stamford Bridge, it's not a loss. So it's just important, very important phase of our season. And if we can get past Frankfurt, you're in a semi-final. You're in a semi-final. So that's going to keep the interest and spark the interest into May. So yeah, I think that's important. That's very important for the fans and the club, of course.
Craig, a big thank you to you. 4.5 hours. I know we've done longer before, but this is a long one. So thank you so much for all your time and patience and your input, not only on this one, but future or past ones as well that you've been involved with. 7,000 people have watched this show so far on YouTube. So thank you so much for staying with us and your patience and your input as well. We get a lot of comments in. We try and talk about a lot of the comments throughout the shows, but please do leave a comment as well after the show. Remember that all of these are also available on all major audio platforms. And you are very welcome to come on a future fan show, giving your opinions. I know I've seen a lot of comments criticising the guests today and their opinions, but, you know, don't criticise them. Please just come on and give your opinions as well. You know, your opinions are very important. You know, we love having people on from different countries all around the world, and we find it absolutely fascinating that so many people from around the world enjoy these shows, and you know, the input is really, really welcome. Thanks so much for all of your incredible support on the channel. We are now nearly at 163,000 subscribers, which is absolutely unreal. So thank you so much. Craig, anything else you'd like to say before we go?
No, I think, do you know what? So much has been discussed tonight. I can't think of anything else to even add to it. So, yeah, good night, everybody. And like Chris said, thanks for tuning in. The support's amazing. It's really good to see the regulars in the chat, as always, you know, just always commenting, always on every show. Lots of King Oddle and TSOM as well. We'd love to get you two on. Like I say, love to get you two on the show, definitely, because you're always commenting. But so come and say hello to us. But yeah, enjoyed the show. A bit long, if I'm honest, but it's really worthwhile speaking to all these fans. So it's all good fun.
I thought you were going to deliver your classic closing line.
Yeah. Well, I can do. Yeah. Was it Nick Ross in Crime Watch used to say? You know, Spurs losses are rare. These things don't happen every day, so don't have nightmares. Please do sleep well.
Great, get some sleep. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for all your support, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. And until the next time, come on, you Spurs.